And then I'd just like to run through some elements of the program with you. We'll start off talking about the energy crisis, what it means for Austria, what it means for the energy transition. We'll look at gas, obviously the big story. What do we have in store for us this winter? And could maybe next winter, winter 23-24, be even worse? Have a small break, and then we'll talk about what's happening in the carbon markets. Then also what's happening with guarantees of origins, and look at potential revisions and what's happening on the political side in Brussels with the Renewable Energy Directive and the review of that. After lunch, we will look at renewable energy communities. We will look at the battery market. And after the afternoon coffee break, we will look at, we'll investigate or discuss more market interventions from Brussels. What's happening, what's on the table, what's not on the table. There's certainly, every day seems to bring a new measure in, or talking about the relevance of TTF, price caps, wholesale, windfall, taxes. And then also the marginal pricing model has come under a lot of fire from certain parts of Europe. Is that now under threat, and what's the alternative? We close off the afternoon with a panel discussion on regulatory issues. And then I'd just like to, give a big thank you to all our partners without whom this would not be possible. So that's Grant Thornton, Phoenix, Smart Tech, Energy Weather, Central Counterparty Austria, Sismo, ABN AMRO Clearing, the Central European Gas Hub, Climate Link UP. So big thank you to those. Now, the afternoon, after the after-conference event, the evening networking event, which starts at 6, is basically not very far away. But we'll come back to this map at the end of the conference. So it's only a 5-minute walk away. Now, just a brief intro from me. I'm Richard Sverrisson. I'll be the moderator. I'm the editor-in-chief at Montel. I also host our weekly podcast. So just a few words, my reflections on what's happening this year and the way forward. Now, we are in, our uncharted territory at the moment. There are dark clouds, strong seas, choppy waters ahead. We're in an unprecedented situation. This is the latest Montel magazine that came out yesterday. We have a number of stories. We look at the pipeline sabotage in the Baltics, and a number of other stories. But I think this reflects the real uncertainty here, what's happening in these markets. What happened in the Baltic was quite shocking to a number of us. And that also reflects the kind of choppy seas this year and the outlook going forward. We have, the gas cuts. We have the French nuclear problems. We've had Nordic reservoir levels at historically low levels. We've had droughts and heat wave and prices at incredibly high levels, which have been a massive challenge, if not a threat, to European industry. So in my 20 years in the energy business, I've never seen anything like it. But there's also the question, where is the safe harbor? Is there a safe haven around the corner? So I hope over the course of the day, there will be doom and gloom, but let's hope there's some ray of light, there is some optimism, and there we can focus on some of the optimism, some rays of light at the end of the tunnel anyway. So that's enough from me for the time being anyway. And to start us off, talking about the energy transition and whether the energy crisis has blown us off course, it's Judith Naya from Austria's, she's head of energy policy and strategy at Austria's Federal Ministry for Climate Action and Environment and Energy. So Judith, please, the floor is all yours. I'll just need to find your presentation.
You'll have to do this, and I'll take the moment while you draw up the presentation to say hello. Thank you for having me. I'm really honored and also really excited to be speaking to you about a question that keeps me awake at night and maybe others in the room as well, and that is whether or not this energy crisis will throw our transition off course. I think this is, I'm supposed to have this is forward, this back? Okay, okay, wonderful.
Yours.
And journalists in the room, of which I think there are a few, will know as a general rule, if there's a question in a headline, the answer is always no. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Climate Action Ministry, so you are probably right in expecting me to formulate a firm and solid no to that question. And others have answered this question with no, and recently, I think you all know Michael Liebreich of Bloomberg New Energy Foundation in a blog post of about 10 days ago or so. He sort of sets out his hope that this hellish year, as he called it, is in fact hopefully the trigger for the great clean energy acceleration, and we can only hope. But to be honest, it's possible. It actually might, because I've also been in the business for a number of years, and I have seen geopolitical crisis after geopolitical crisis push the so-called soft issues. I will never understand why they're called this way, but anyways, the so-called soft issues of climate action, of the climate crisis, back to the back burner of the political agendas. And haven't we all seen climate change-induced catastrophes, droughts and floods and heat waves and fires in the last couple years over and over again and wreaking havoc? And has this done anything to accelerate the clean energy transition? Not sure. And haven't we all known this for years and for decades now? And this is why I think there is a real risk of this crisis throwing us off course. But it doesn't have to. And this is what I'd like to take a few moments to think through with you. I would argue not if. I would argue not if we get a couple of really crucial things right this time. And Liebreich's hope, just to sort of reference that article again, because I think that is actually the silver lining on the horizon. His hope is that this terrible mess that we're in right now, in fact, presents the perfect storm. Richard, you've already mentioned some of the elements of the crisis, and he's hoping that the perfect storm will make all the three elements that are in this energy trilemma, the security element, the affordability element, and the sustainability element, make them all push into the right direction this time. But I would argue that that's not going to happen automatically. We will have to do the pushing. And let's take a few moments to look at what we need to do to push what we do in response to the energy crisis into the right direction. So I'll start off with a hockey stick chart. We do this in climate ministries. You've all seen the chart, so I won't drill. You're all experts. This is the data. You've seen the data before. We've charted unknown territory when it comes to CO2 emissions in the atmosphere as well. And we've also seen by now the effects of this chart and of this data in real life. And if it hasn't come around to your or my neighborhood yet, it certainly will. So my point is, we mustn't renegotiate with the atmosphere, because we can't. Yeah? We cannot use this crisis to try and do this. The atmosphere is not going to cut us any slack. And no matter how good our excuse is, and our excuse at the moment is very good. Yeah, it's a war. But it's still not going to do this. And the atmosphere is not going to extend our deadline to cut our emissions. That's not going to happen. And there is no wriggle room at all in sort of trying to renegotiate the temperature goals. Do we really take the 1.5 degree, or do we aim for 2 degrees? 1.5 degree is probably out the window, and 2 degree is a really risky target to set because it includes no safety margin whatsoever. So let us not fall for this trap of saying, well, we'll deal with this crisis because this is really hard, and we'll deal with the climate crisis later. This will certainly throw us off course. Thankfully, we know all the technologies needed for tackling the climate crisis. What you see here is the IEA net zero scenario for 2050, and you're only seeing the last stretch of the journey, if you will, the years 46 to 50, and the connection between the emission reductions expected from the different solutions or technologies. And you will notice that there's nothing unknown or untested among these technologies. We know the solutions and we have them. And most of them are actually already marketable. Not all of them. And these technologies, I think, are the only solutions also that are fit to tackle our current crisis. So what you see here, obviously, is the weekly energy imports from Russia into the EU. Things have been pretty stable. And then there was a rocky year that probably should have been a warning. And then things started to fall apart this year. And this gap, we'll have to fill it with the same technologies that we need to solve the climate crisis. And no one knows how and when this war will end. But I think prospects for it to end swiftly enough for Russian flows to resume to any of these levels within the next 5 or even 10 years, they're really, really slim. Yeah, there may remain some minor Russian energy imports in the EU, probably, but this current crisis is the end of a long story of connection and addiction between Russia, Russian gas particularly, and the EU. Oops, I'm sorry. But of course, in addition to these technologies, I'm realistic enough to say there's also the need for emergency intervention to compensate for this acute loss right now to get us through the next tough 2 or maybe 3 winters. And the number of possible responses to this problem is limited, to be honest. And obviously it's energy efficiency, and that's the most important, I would argue. And it is sourcing more gas from non-Russian origin, mostly LNG, but also burning more diesel and coal. And I like to call it also, when I talk to my colleagues in the Climate Action Ministry, that at this moment in time, we're just doing the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I think this is what we need to get used to for another year or 2. And as a last resort, of course, if things get really dire, there's demand reduction, gas rationing, rolling power cuts, and the likes. And I think this is what one guest on your Montel podcast called the merit order of torture. And let's just hope we won't have to activate it. So will the energy transition be thrown off course? Not if. Not if we respect that the underlying problem of our crisis right now is a real scarcity of supply. Yeah, we may manage to fill our storage this winter. We're looking pretty good. But it's not as if, and this is why I've put some newspaper clippings from other parts of the world on this slide, it's not as if these volumes of LNG and pipeline gas that we've put into our storage weren't headed to other places in the world. Yeah. It's not as if we're on a very firm moral high ground, not importing Russian gas, and then importing gas that was meant for other really viable and vital purposes in other parts of the world. The problem is scarcity. We don't have enough, and we won't have enough for a while to come. So we need to, in all of our responses to the crisis, just realize that cheap is over. Yeah, and we need to start using energy wisely. And every kilowatt hour saved is going to help us. It's going to help us keep prices in check. It's going to help us fill storage. It's going to just create that safety margin that we know, that we need. And this, we're we're trying to address also in our policy responses to the crisis, and it's proving obviously difficult because, speaking from a government perspective, again, our dilemma that we're facing every day is in our efforts to dampen prices that we really need to take, we also undermine our efforts to cut demand. Yeah, and so we'll need to, I'll come to this later in a bit more detail. But I want to also point to another area of scarcity, and that is this area, that is scarcity of brain and muscle power. And I think you've probably all felt it in the last half year or so. We're all exhausted. I mean, everyone in the industry, in government, and policy making is exhausted because we're trying to do something. We're trying to sort of dampen fires all over the place, and we're trying to remodel something and really think as we walk and run. And I think we need to be really careful and respect that that is also a scarcity and not overexhaust ourselves and just drop dead. And then there's also the scarcity, obviously, in the workforce. That's the muscle power. Yeah, we've all seen it in the installation and renovation. People will need to install the renewable energy on roofs, in fields. And that's something that we need to be clever and look at now, because it might just debilitate our efforts to deal with this. So use human resources wisely, use them efficiently, and try to focus where you can. That was the demand side. This is the production, not if. Yeah, it won't throw us off course if we really seriously start to build renewables. And actually, Richard, I wasn't, as you have maybe noticed by now, I'm not really speaking so much about Austria. I will take this moment to speak about Austria, because I want to just draw your attention to our renewable electricity target, which is only a couple of years away, and we're working to add another 27 terawatt hours into renewable power generation, which will make us hit our sort of yearly 100% target by 2030. And we're not doing this only because it's environmentally sound. We're doing this because our industry's competitiveness is on the line. Yeah, and I think this also, in the sort of image of the silver lining, this is something that may be changing now, and it might help us, is that I think an industry has become an ally for the energy transition by now. I think there's less and less talk of carbon leakage, and I think the conversation is changing to green leakage, in terms of industry will go where really reliable energy is, and that is renewable energy. Yeah, so I feel that industry is starting to lobby for the things that we're trying to fight for, and that is a big game changer if you've come from climate action for a while. So the renewable energy, electricity production will of course also be the basis for what a lot of our hopes rest in, also for decarbonizing industry, and that is H2, hydrogen, green hydrogen in particular. But again, there, to keep us on track, we again need to be clever, and we need to source and use hydrogen wisely. And with this, I mean source from Europe, if we can, as much as we can. I'm aware we won't be able to source it all in Europe, but as much as we can, and use it in hard-to-abate sectors. Don't sort of spoil it in areas of use where we already have solutions that are already working. So building renewables and using them wisely is my point for this slide, is the path that will take Europe out of this mess and into independence and real energy security. And you can see this also, I mean, there'll be I think, an aspect on policy packages at the EU level at the moment. I can see this reflected in the Repower program, and that is really encouraging. So, will the energy transition be thrown off course? Not if. This is my last block, bear with me. I think, to sum up, really, not if we avoid to make the same stupid mistakes that we have made so many times over. Yeah, I'm aware the first bullet is a bit of an off picture. A marathon in sprint mode is really what we have to run. Every runner will know that that's not possible, but yeah. I'm not a runner. But really, that is the challenge. But my point is we have to be super fast, yes, but we have to avoid to rush things, because quick fixes in a system that is as complex as only you guys know, really, will have the tendency to backfire. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussion today still about how and where things can backfire and where you need to be really careful when you intervene. I think one thing that can, as a sort of bearing, can keep us on track is to make sure we find the good balance between the short-term interventions and the forward-looking market reform. And that's not going to happen at the same time. And I'm glad actually others think that too, because you've all heard the loud voices all over of requesting total regulation of the merit order principle, of unconditional price caps for consumers, of an immediate sort of total regulation of markets. And policymakers in Brussels, thankfully, and also most European capitals, I think so far prefer to follow a different approach, and that is two-phased, with the first phase, short-term interventions, using the current market design and its windfall profits to finance relief measures for households and businesses. And I think the last point, or the sort of most recent policy package that really tries to address this and does it well is the emergency regulation for the electricity price, high electricity prices, that puts a price cap on market revenues for inframarginal production, that collects a solidarity contribution from fossil energy companies, and that also requires mandatory reduction of electricity consumption during peak hours. So all of this, I would say, is a classic no regret, do no harm measure. It's in its policy design, I think it's what we need. Again, speaking from a government perspective, it's really hard to implement, and we have to do it by December 1st, and I start sweating as I say it. But the policy design of this is really good. So that's the short-term intervention that does no harm. And in parallel, the EU will and must work on a reform of the market design, but this takes time, and we should take that time, because it took us 20 years or a bit more by now of development and hard work to create the common market that we have. And we cannot throw the baby out with the bathwater. And yes, it needs to adapt to service the needs of our future energy system and to sort of outline the way how to get there. And so that means we'll have to guarantee for stability, to invest in renewables. It has to account for flexibility as a key element of energy markets of the future. And it has to be compatible with what's happening in grid development at the moment, thinking about storage, capacity limitations all over. So I think this is the quote from Kahneman, who probably most of you know. He coined the term of thinking fast and slow at the same time. And I think this is what we need to do. At the moment, we need to both think fast and slow and be strategic, yeah, and differentiate fast solutions, slow solutions, and push them at the same time. And if we manage to do this, I think we can turn this picture. You see everyone queuing up for cheap energy and nobody queuing up for sustainable, affordable, and secure energy. I think if we do things right, we can turn this picture around. So, as my sort of coming to the end of my talk, similar to you, Richard, I'm glad you also sort of set this tone. The big picture actually looks quite grim. And we certainly face a couple of tough years ahead. But I think we can get out of them if we tackle the problems one by one. And if we continue to have confidence in our abilities and in people's adaptability. So we need to invest in people for this to happen. We need to really concentrate on the future-proof policies, and that is renewables and efficiency. And let's make industry and households our allies on these two policies, renewables and efficiency. And I think that's already happening. And I wonder if you see what I mean when I say that's already happening. I'll sort of end with a question. Can you caption this chart? I can think if you what do the curves mean? I started with a hockey stick, I'll end with a hockey stick, but it's not parts per million, because that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, because this is September 16 and this is now. What's this? Just shout it out if you have an inkling. Is it prices? Gas prices? Yeah, but why so late? That started earlier. If it's, well, the green one could possibly, but yeah, they never dropped to that level. Okay. It's Google search interest of the last 6 years. Yeah, and it's solar PV and save energy. And those are the things that the Germans have been Googling the last 6 years, and it really took off recently. Yeah. So I think this crisis will not throw the energy transition off course if we don't panic, if we stay focused, if we act wisely, think fast and slow, if we look out for each other, if we stay bold, and if we keep going. So keep going. Thank you.
Judith, thank you very much indeed. I think it's great to end on that note that we can do it, but there are certainly, as you highlighted in this excellent presentation, all the many challenges ahead. And I think by thinking fast and slow, I think it's clear we don't want to exhaust ourselves in the process as well, so that we have some energy left for the green transition. I'd just like to ask a first question on the sort of emergency interventions, the taxes on the windfall profits. You say they do no harm or little harm, but I mean, some would say that, you know, they give a signal to investors that into renewable energy, that if they, you know, make too big a profit, that these will be taxed, you know, and that may then hold them back or make them nervous into investing into certain technologies. What's your view here?
I think it's a fair point and it's a risk, but I also think that we're in an exceptional situation, and I think the risk of just acceptance and of sort of, I don't know, the whole sort of social acceptance of renewables and of the energy transition is also on the line if this isn't going to happen, because renewable energy has built up a reputation over the last couple of years too, and it is just ridiculous, some of the profits that some of these companies are making, and I think many of them are aware of this, and the answer is probably going to lie in the right height of the cap. Yeah, and I think, what are we looking at the moment? 180 euro per megawatt hour. I think that's a fair cap. I agree that you probably need to look at the different technologies. It might be maybe a better cap for some and a worse for others. But to be honest, I think this is part of sort of trying to, in this situation, balance pragmatic, quick solutions with the perfect solutions, and that's probably just one of the tensions we'll have to live with.
Absolutely, absolutely. Any questions from the floor for Judith at the back?
Thank you very much, madam. Could you please give a few examples for the stupid mistakes that should be avoided?
Well, the stupid mistakes, I think I'll just reiterate some of the points. We have in the past, we've seen whenever there was a hard topic as a crisis, a geopolitical crisis, we thought we'll deal with this and we'll do more of the same and then come back to our climate agenda at a later point. So that can't happen anymore because that window of time has closed. And other really stupid mistakes that we could be making now, sort of the simpler ones is, lock us into new fossil supply routes, because particularly countries like Austria, who import almost 80 of our energy imports, used to be a couple months ago from Russia, gas. So if we look at different supply routes, which we need to do at the moment, we need to make sure that those are temporary, and that's a tricky thing to sort of pull off when you're talking about gas and pipeline infrastructure. But looking at how this can pay into the energy transition by making sure it's H2 ready and the likes. Other stupid mistakes that we could be making, and that are probably much more tricky and that you all know much more about than me, is things that seem really sensible on a first sight, and that is, for instance, like gas price caps. Yeah, sure, capping gas price. But then remember the chart I pulled up about how energy flows from one part, gas flows from one part of the world to others. If we cap prices in Europe, we're taking away our ability to actually to bring energy to Europe. So this is just a really complex system. So I'm sorry, that wasn't very coherent as an answer to your question, but there's many mistakes we could be making. I think if we just stick to, is this going to help us cut demand or make our appliances more efficient, if you will? Is this going to help us have sort of pull up more renewable energy? Then that's probably a good bearing to go by.
Just on the price, just one question, then we'll move to Ron and Christian. Just on the price caps, Judith, I think we've seen in some countries that actually, who have imposed the price cap, certainly on gas-fired generation in the wholesale power market, that hasn't actually decreased demand. In fact, it's had the opposite effect, hasn't it? Yeah.
Exactly, that would be one of the, that's not so much a stupid mistake of the past, because this is a new phenomenon, but yes, this is what I mean when I say in our policy sort of responses, we have to acknowledge the fact that scarcity is the problem, and we're not making this problem go away by implementing solutions that sort of incentivize more use of gas, which has happened in Spain.
So, Ronald Jurkovic, and then Christian Driesen from Montel.
Thank you. Mrs. Naya, from a federal governmental point of view, one of the biggest mistakes I see rising, which blocking us to have more renewables, is this, especially in Austria, this federalism buzzword, Tirol, Carinthia, say windmills are ugly, and so from a governmental point of view, do you envisage there measures to hold back the crazy people from the deep valleys?
That's what you said, but but yes, that is of course a problem. And sort of spatial planning is a shared competence in Austria and in many other federal states, I think, in Europe, with the bulk of the competences lying with the federal provinces. So we can set all the targets we want. If they don't work with us on this, then it's not going to happen. And yes, we foresee measures to address this. We've already put out an environmental sort of, oh my God, I like the term. So we're trying to put out sort of laws and legislation that pushes more of the, sort of pushes the provinces to dedicate more areas as go-to areas, also in implementation and anticipation really of the Repower EU program of designing go-to areas where you have to be able to build or have sort of easier and simpler procedures for ticking through projects.
Permission and
yes, thank you, permissioning.
Excellent. Then Christian, there's a question here, and then we'll move on.
Thank you. I would like to ask you for your comment to the several times already mentioned cap on informational revenue. Specifically, besides apparent implementation challenges, one of the biggest criticisms actually of this revenue cap was that it is exactly targeting the revenue and not the profits of the companies, which really negatively affects their business case, for example, because of the long-term trades that have already been done a long time ago, so really not actually making any substantial profit on that. So I would like to know what your opinion on this is, so the differentiation between revenue and profit tax. And the second part, the emergency regulation has also left quite some leeway for member states to still, for example, adjust that cap. And this is, for example, what Belgium has already done by reducing the cap from 180 to 130 euro per megawatt hour. Indeed. So are there already some concrete plans in Austria with regard to the setting of the cap or any specifics of the implementation? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So the first one, I won't be able to answer this on the spot, coming clean here, but my only sort of my guess would be that the fact that it's on profits is because it's easier to administer in the heat of the moment. Yeah, and the other question, but I'm happy to sort of to ask my colleagues about this and come back to you later if you give me a card. And the other question, we have, yes, we're working, sort of everyone's working that we can spare on this now, but I don't know how fresh is this, like a week or so. We've got the proposal for a week, and it leaves a lot in the air and open, and we're in the middle of just looking at how we can implement it, and we haven't really, there's no details I can tell you at this point. But you can be sure that we really, every waking minute at the moment is dedicated to this task.
I'm sure that's replicated across capitals across Europe
Yes,
as well, and
yes.
energy ministries. Christian.
Hi, quick question. You mentioned several times that you need to dampen prices for the consumers, and that at the same time undermines any energy efficiency ambitions. How does that fit in with the mandatory consumption cut that is imposed by the EU? I mean, that's how do you guarantee that consumption is cut anyway? That's a bit of a mystery for me.
Yeah, well, one thing is that we try to design our policies to alleviate price sort of stress on consumers, residential and commercial, by not taking away all of the price stress, but just saying we'll have a base amount of electricity or heat that you can acquire to prices that are subsidized, and then above and beyond that threshold, the market works, yeah, and it gets really expensive again. So this is one way of trying to address this. And yes, the mandatory, on the one hand, we're trying not to trying to basically prevent poverty and bankruptcy in some areas, and we still need to deliver the mandatory cuts vis-a-vis the EU, and we're doing this at the moment, the mandatory cuts are for Austria towards the EU, yeah, so we'll have to sort of up our measures and start with the sort of easier things, and then maybe also get more rigid as we go along. But for now, we see our trajectory working just by by campaigns to save energy. So the first 2 months, we're actually within that 15% reduction target, although it's not mandatory yet. And for the electricity reduction during peak hours, we'll probably be looking at, again, this is super fresh, so we're still working out how we do this, but we'll probably be looking a lot at sort of working with app solutions, like we've seen it in France, where you can shift your demand into hours that are not covered, and we'll be looking at auctioning models to sort of move away and see where we can create the flexibility that we can. And then after that, of course, it's a possibility just to legislate sort of binding rules for the public sector to start with, and then going beyond.
Excellent, Judith. Thank you very much for taking all those questions. Here is a bag of goodies from EXA and Montel. So once again, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Judith. Brilliant. So we move from the energy transition in Austria and what's happening here to a more general pan-European commodity, pan-global commodity, we should say, which is a key driver in wholesale energy markets in Europe and beyond. So we're looking at gas. And will the gas storage levels that we've seen announced this week or in recent weeks see us through the winter? Are we out the woods? And to talk us through that is Leon Isbicki of Energy Aspects. The floor is yours, Leon.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Richard. So my name is Leon Isbicki. I'm a senior European natural gas analyst at Energy Aspects. And as Richard said, really this presentation is just to give an overview of the current situation. Where exactly are we with respect to storage? First of all, how did we actually get here in terms of market prices? What exactly is the TTF in particular trying to do at the moment, and what is the fundamental basis for the prices that we are seeing? And after that, we're going to talk about the risks really for Europe going forward with respect to storage, with respect to demand reductions. We were looking at, for example, weather sensitivity, whether Europe can weather the storm if it were to come to a worst case scenario of cold temperatures in Europe and also in Asia. But I also want to dedicate the last slide in particular towards the issue of price caps and what exactly this poses as a risk for the European market going forward, and what exactly it would mean for essentially just the ability for the market to clear without mandatory cuts anyway. So what we are looking at the moment is a situation in which the TTF is clearly pricing above the traditional balancing mechanism of the European market, which is that switch between gas and coal in the power sector. And the reason for this is, of course, the overall deadweight loss in supply that we have seen in the global gas balance, where we are just in a situation in which that gas that Europe is not receiving from Russia anymore is not divertible. It is a deadweight loss in supply, feeding into overall scarcity issues in the European and global gas balance. And as a result of that, the TTF had to rise in order to incentivize a maximized switch from gas to coal in the power sector. What we have also seen is that the TTF is pricing significantly above the switch from gas to liquids in the power sector, so essentially incentivizing every oil-fired generator that is available to also start production. And this, I'll try to do it this way. This is the blue line here on top. Now, what we are seeing, though, in the market is that this does not really present any significant resistance to TTF prices, despite the fact that there is around 8 gigs of oil-fired capacity in Western Europe. But the reason for this is that there are really infrastructure and logistical constraints, as well as technical constraints, to ramping up oil-fired generation in Europe. You're looking at the fact that most of these oil-fired generators haven't been running for a prolonged period of time, almost a decade, for example, for the largest oil-fired power plants in Germany. You're also looking at the fact that of those 8 gigs of oil-fired capacity in Western Europe, around 3 gigs are really just designed as peaker plants. They are very small generators designed to bridge any kind of short-term scarcity on European power grids. And as a result of that, they're just simply not designed to run base loads. So if you're asking those generators to ramp up their load factor, what you're looking at is a potential risk to damaging those generators and power plants because they are not designed to do that. And lastly, because most of those oil-fired plants haven't been running for a prolonged period of time, and because they're also designed to run peak load, you're looking at infrastructure and logistical constraints as well, when you're just looking at those facilities not having adequate levels of storage, for example, to actually run at very high load factors, and would have to organize very complex logistical chains to make sure that there are adequate deliveries of, for example, heating oil or fuel oil to those power plants in the first place. So this leaves the TTF really with only one last solution in terms of balancing and clearing the European market, given the fact that we are already maximizing pipeline flows from pretty much every supplier into the European market. And that is on the demand side, a demand reduction in the previously very price inelastic elements of the European balance, the LDZ or ResCom sector and the industrial sector. And this is precisely what we're seeing at the moment, where based on our models, what we're looking at is that the TTF needs very large price increments to actually achieve any meaningful reduction from those sectors, which explains the very high prices that we are seeing. So from the moment the TTF essentially crossed 40 euros a megawatt hour, we were seeing statistically significant demand reductions taking place, first in the industrial sector and now also in the ResCom sector. But you still need around 10 euros a megawatt hour increment on the TTF on an annualized basis to actually achieve around 1.8 BCM of a demand reduction from both of those sectors combined. So this demand reduction not only takes place in the European market, it also takes place globally by setting very high spot prices for LNG. And this is exactly what we are seeing happening as well in the global LNG market, where we are just looking at the more price-sensitive elements of that market being essentially priced out of the market, where we're looking at, for example, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and India largely being displaced, so to speak, off the spot market, leaving more LNG cargoes available for Europe. Now, with respect to that, we are pretty much already looking at an almost maximized price sensitivity and demand reduction on a global basis, where those countries are really looking at just achieving and receiving their termed volumes of LNG, being not active in the spot market anymore. So this again means that the main balancing mechanism for the TTF and for the European gas market at the moment is simply that demand reduction within Europe domestically. Now, based on our models, what this also means is that the current curve is not really reflective of the amount of demand reduction that we need, not necessarily to get through this winter, and I will touch upon this later on in the presentation, but just with a view to actually refill storage at the end of October 2023 to meet the minimum aggregate European storage targets of around 89 BCM in storage. Now, just to better understand why exactly we are calling on the ResCom and industrial sectors to actually reduce consumption rather than the power sector, as I mentioned earlier, which is really the normal balancing mechanism in the market. And what we're seeing is that overall, power sector gas demand is actually still relatively sticky. And we are expecting the stickiness to also last over the course of this winter, but also going forward next year. And the main reason for this is just the lack of availability of non-thermal generation. So a lot of that was also driven by the lack of nuclear availability in France. You're looking at the fact that we are expecting French nuclear output this year to come in line at the lower end of EDF's target of 280 to 300 terawatt hours. And yes, it is true that EDF is looking to bring back 30 nuclear reactors over the course of this winter until end of February 2023. But we are still looking at the fact that EDF has not revised its generation target for 2023, and we are looking here at 300 to 330 terawatt hours of nuclear generation compared to the 361 terawatt hours that we have seen in 2021. So this lack of nuclear availability, paired also with generally weaker hydro balances, for example, in Norway, but also in Spain, for example, and in Italy, means that we just had a higher call on thermal generation. And in particular, over the summer, with low Rhine water levels, we were also in a situation in which coal-fired capacity in Germany was to some extent constrained about its output simply because of barging availability towards those coal-fired power plants up the Rhine. So this overall leads to a higher call, not only on thermal generation overall, but specifically for gas to fill in at the margin when it comes to the power generation sector. And as a result of that, we are expecting in 2022 for Northwest European power sector gas demand to actually rise by a relatively considerable 5.3 BCM on a year-on-year basis. And it will go down in 2023 on a year-on-year basis due to the higher nuclear availability in France. But it will go down by approximately only 3 BCM year-on-year simply because we're also seeing some of those gains in terms of nuclear availability being offset by the possible and likely shutdown of the nuclear generation in Germany. Now, if we just talk a bit more about the industrial and the ResCom demand reductions. So based on our price forecast of the TTF averaging around 220 euros a megawatt hour between this winter and also summer 2023. What we are looking at is that we are expecting Northwest European industrial gas demand to fall by around 22% this winter versus the 5-year average. And we're also looking at a reduction in ResCom demand of around 11% versus the 5-year average over the course of this winter. Now, the industrial demand reduction is a combination both of fuel switching, probably, particularly in the refining sector, where we have seen refiners switching away from natural gas towards, for example, using LPG or also fuel oil on site for power generation and for process heat. But it is also a combination then of also industrial output curtailments and industrial shutdowns, either on a temporary or also on a potentially permanent basis, which I will talk about later on in this presentation as well. Now, when it comes to those forecasts, there is a very significant risk of demand actually outperforming or overperforming relative to these forecasts simply because of all of these subsidies that are being rolled out on a national and also on a European level when it comes to obviously trying to square the circle of dampening some of the burden on industrials and on households that those high energy prices have caused, without necessarily trying to stimulate demand. But what you're looking at in the case of Germany alone, for example, where 70%, according to the recent Gas and Heat Commission's proposal, of 2021 consumption from industrials would be subsidized to an effective rate of 70 euros a megawatt hour. on a weighted average basis, if those industrials were actually then to consume their 2021 consumption, you are looking at a weighted average price as a result of that of only 100 euros a megawatt hour compared to the current curve of around 160. So that alone, if this is implemented in tandem with the idea of actually subsidizing also rescom consumption, you are looking at the risk of triggering around 7 to 8 BCM of additional demand in Germany alone, purely based on that subsidy proposal, which would significantly tighten the European balance. Now, what you are looking at is that this is not necessarily and really only a problem for this winter, essentially. We are looking very healthy in terms of storage levels, but it is becoming a very big problem with a view to essentially refill storage in 2023. Now, we are expecting, on an aggregate European basis, to essentially reach a storage carryout by the end of this month of around 95 BCM. And we are expecting the end of winter storage carryout to reach around 40 BCM, and this compares to a 5-year average of 35 BCM. So we are looking in our base case at a somewhat looser winter balance. But this looseness and this high-end March storage carryout in 2023 is really needed in order to guarantee that Europe is able to refill its storage over the course of summer due to the lack of availability of Russian gas going forward and the decrease that we're seeing and we're expecting also on a year-on-year basis to materialize in 2023 versus 2022. Now, what exactly are the main risks for the European market going forward and also for the European winter balance when it comes to the question of whether we are able to actually get through this winter without mandatory rationing? Now, as a first case, we are of course looking at the potential for a cut to the residual Russian flows. And in our base case, at least, we are already accounting for the fact that we think Ukrainian transit flows are going to cease over the course of this winter, and actually sooner rather than later. We have them ending at the end of this month. And the reason for this is that we have seen Russia clearly prioritizing political aims over any kind of economic calculation. You're looking at the fact that based on the current flow rate that we are seeing, with NS1 being shut down, with Ukrainian flows being curtailed, with Yamal Europe flows having halted, all of this contributes to the fact that Russia has to significantly cut its upstream production to the extent that it actually occurs a relatively significant opportunity cost. So Russian upstream really distinguishes between 3 main geological layers. There's a Cenomanian layer, the Valanginian layer, and the Akimov layer. And when it comes to the Cenomanian layer, this is the layer in which most of the Russian fields have essentially drilled into for the vast majority of the last decades, really ever since the Soviet Union. And as a result of that, this layer, those reserves are already relatively heavily depleted. So shutting those wells in doesn't necessarily cause a large opportunity cost for Russia, simply because those wells and those reserves have already reached the end of their economic lives anyways. But what you are seeing at the moment transpiring is also the fact that based on our assessment of Russian upstream modeling, Russia already has to cut production from the higher value Akimov and Valanginian layers in order to essentially curtail flows to Europe, simply because there is no divertibility for gas production from Western Siberian fields. So Russia is already willing to incur the costs of potential losses to the total recovery from those relatively undepleted wells and reserves. And as a result of that, we are seeing that Russia is willing to incur those costs for the political aims of increasing pressure on European policymakers with respect to higher gas prices and the consequent cost of living crisis that it is causing in Europe. So based on this, we are already assuming that Ukrainian flows will cease at the end of this month, particularly also after Gazprom's Telegram post, where essentially it said that sanctions on Naftogaz are legitimate based on its view that it doesn't have a fair arbitration proceeding in Sweden or in Switzerland, given the current political sentiment in Europe. And we are looking also at the possibility for a cut in Turk Stream flows, not necessarily to countries which traditionally are more on the more pro-Russian side in Europe, such as, for example, Hungary, but in particular targeting the residual flows that are coming, for example, to Greece, which has been a vocal proponent of a cap on wholesale gas prices. And we see the potential for Russia trying to retaliate if anything at this stage essentially is implemented on a national and, of course, also on a European basis. Now, what this means is that we are looking at the prospect in the worst case of a full Russian flow halt at losing, essentially, compared to our balances, the residual around 38 MCM a day that we are expecting Russia to deliver via the European leg of Turk Stream into the European market. So for this winter balance, that means a potential loss of around 7 BCM. This would still leave Europe in the low 30s when it comes to the end March storage carryout target. So again, not really a problem for the winter balance, but it does become a bigger problem for the summer balance and with a view for winter 2023, given the fact that this would leave Europe on track for an end October storage carryout target below 80 BCM versus the 89 BCM target that is envisioned by the European Commission. Now, the second main risk for Europe going forward is, of course, that of weather, and we are looking at a relatively significant amount of sensitivity when it comes to Western Europe's ResCom and industrial demand overall. There is a potential of essentially a 6.1 BCM swing in either direction of demand, depending on whether the winter is 10-year warmer or 10-year colder than average. And what this means is, because we are calling on the TTF to essentially reduce ResCom and industrial demand, that weather, for this year at least, has the potential to cause unprecedented price fluctuations. Depending on how much gas essentially needs to be liberated or not liberated anymore from the ResCom and from the industrial sector. So overall, what you're looking at is really the potential for the TTF in effect, to swing by around 35 euros a megawatt hour versus our current base case in either direction, purely based on weather sensitivity alone when it comes to the European balance. But of course, that weather sensitivity is also not only a question of Europe, it also concerns Asia, for example, and the potential for any kind of cuts to Europe's LNG imports if we are also looking at a potential cut from LNG receipts due to higher demand in Asia. Now, the weather sensitivity in Northeast Asia, based on our modeling, is a bit larger than that in Europe overall. You're looking at the potential in a 10% colder than average winter, and average here means the 10-year average temperatures, that Northeast Asian demand alone would rebound by around 11 BCM versus our current base case. So if you're looking at the worst case scenario, so to speak, and you're looking at a 10% colder than average winter in Europe and a 10% colder than average winter in Asia, you are suddenly looking at an end March carryout of 23 BCM. Now, 23 BCM is still viable. We have seen lower storage carryouts at the end of winter, for example, in 2018, after the beast from the east winter, which left Europe essentially with an 18 BCM aggregate end March storage carryout. But it does become very difficult to consequently refill storage over the course of summer due to the tremendous amount of gas that would essentially need to be liberated from the industrial and from the ResCom sector going forward. And that's where we do see a risk of those prices rising to what policymakers would concern as unsustainable levels, which cause a lot of burden on the ResCom sector for households and of course also on industry, and then to essentially move towards the potential for mandatory rationing in order to try and ease some of the burden in terms of prices from consumers. Now, when it comes to precisely that question, the essentially juxtaposition of, on the one hand, trying to alleviate some of the pressure from households and from industrials, while also not triggering an increase in demand, this has led 15 member states to ultimately try to push towards the imposition of a cap on wholesale prices at around 150 to 180 euros a megawatt hour based on unconfirmed reports. Now, we think that this is actually significantly increasing the risk and is really precipitating rationing on the European balance. And the main reason for this is because we think that demand is equally elastic to the downside as it is to the upside. And a lot of risk, of course, to that assumption stems from the potential for somewhat permanent demand reductions in the European balance, which would also open some downside for the TTF. And this could be caused by, for example, companies permanently switching away to other fuels, such as oil products, for example, or coal. But it could also be due to permanent closures from industrials and just a relocation to other areas in the global balance where there are cheaper input costs. Now, we don't really think that this is actually materializing at the moment, simply because European policy has been very clearly geared towards making sure that those permanent closures aren't happening. And when it comes to the potential for fuel switching, we are looking at the fact that yes, industrials are gearing up towards potentially weathering the storm with respect to a 1 or 2 week outage in terms of gas and the potential rationing, but we're seeing very few industrials actually announcing a permanent switch away from gas towards, for example, other fuels. So this means that if we are going to implement a price cap at around 150 to 180 euros a megawatt hour, we are running the risk of increasing demand on an annualized basis between November 2022 and end October 2023 by around 7 to 12 BCM versus our current forecast, which again would quite clearly necessitate governments actively stepping in and managing demand, simply because there is no way for the TTF to rise above the current price cap as a result of that to trigger those needed demand reductions. And the risk here is that those demand reductions may even be higher than otherwise, simply because you're also looking at the risk of rekindling Asian demand at those price levels, leading to a loss, potentially, of European LNG imports. So, just to conclude, really, what exactly are the main takeaways? So Europe is looking set to get through this winter just fine. It is even able to weather weather-related risks, for example, or also the potential risks of a Russian flow halt. But it is really about 2023, and this is really the big story going forward, and it is about the ability of the TTF to essentially continue on a market and price-driven perspective those demand reductions and to trigger those demand reductions in the ResCom and in the industrial sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leon. So a ray of light for this winter. Next winter is where it gets very, very tricky. I'd just like to start off by asking you really recent events in the Baltic, for example, the gas pipe explosions. No one really knows exactly what happened, who did it, and why it occurred. As much as we'd like to speculate. But does it expose the vulnerability of Europe's energy infrastructure, Leon? And what does that, and what kind of sentiment does that then provide for the winter?
I think predominantly it's really a sentiment of volatility, simply because we are looking at the fact, as I mentioned as well, that when it comes to the global balance, you're already looking at maximized imports into the European balance on either direction, both in terms of pipeline imports as well as in LNG imports. So if you are going to look at any kind of unplanned outage, also with related to, for example, a potential outage in Norwegian upstream infrastructure, that really can only be offset with a corresponding reduction in demand on the European side. And given the need to actually trigger this demand reduction through, at the moment at least, higher prices on the TTF, and because you have a relatively inelastic, or you're targeting a relatively inelastic part of the European balance, that just breeds volatility going forward if those unplanned outages, for example, are indeed going to materialize.
So if they're on the physical or, for example, a cyber attack, then that would just trigger more volatility and more uncertainty, absolutely. In terms of, yesterday we saw messages coming from the EU energy ministers, and you mentioned that Netherlands and Germany oppose any kind of price cap on the TTF, but there's a clear sentiment or view that TTF prices are inflated. Is this your view?
Well, I think the main European policymakers have focused a lot on the fact that there is such a discrepancy between, for example, the JKM and the TTF, with the JKM pricing, so being the marker for Asian LNG deliveries, at a significant discount to the TTF, and consequently the view that TTF prices are essentially inflated. Now, the reason why the JKM is pricing at such a significant discount to the TTF at the moment is because it actually doesn't have to compete with the TTF per se, but rather with the landed price of LNG in Europe, which is at a discount to the TTF due to the fact that we are looking at a very high level of utilization and consequently also congestion at European regas infrastructure. Now, with the view that this regasification infrastructure and also downstream bottlenecks are going to be alleviated over the course of this winter due to, for example, all of the FSRUs coming online in Germany and over the course of next year as well in, for example, Finland or Estonia and Albania and Italy, you are looking at the landed price essentially reconverging towards the TTF. Now, what the TTF primarily tries to do is to trigger those demand reductions within the European balance to make sure that it actually clears the market. So it is still, on a fundamental basis trying to clear the market, and is also still fundamentally driven rather than by, for example, speculation in the market.
Yep. So what would your message to EU policymakers be then? Would it be hands off the TTF, stay well away from price gaps, because in the end they'll only lead to increased demand, which will then further make the gas market even tighter?
I think it's definitely the danger that we are, pushing towards trying to shoot the messenger essentially rather than fixing the underlying problem. And as a result of this, I think there are some ideas and also promising ideas when it comes to the German proposal, for example, when it comes to the idea of subsidizing a basic level of consumption with the rest being essentially charged at normal market rates. Now, the danger with that is, of course, that on a weighted average price basis, you are still looking at potentially increasing demand. But if that consumption above the minimum amount that is allocated from member states is essentially charged, for example, as a surcharge to normal market prices, you are really incentivizing consumers to stick within the amount of gas and electricity, for example, allocated by governments. And you're also shifting the burden away from the industrial sector towards more on the residential and commercial side, which again also means that economically you're putting less of a strain on Europe's economy due to the fact that it will not really hurt the economy if people turn on the thermostats to 18 degrees Celsius versus triggering relatively widespread output curtailments and industrial shutdowns. So that is probably one avenue where on the retail side of things, governments can intervene, which will also simultaneously bring down wholesale TTF prices simply because you're going to see evidence of more demand reduction taking place without the TTF having to work as hard as it currently does to trigger them.
Excellent, thank you, Leon. Any questions from the floor? Yep. Please state your name and organization as well, please, or company.
Hi to everyone. Thanks for the very nice presentation. I'm Gregorio Iotti from Austrian Power Grid, so the Austrian TSO. Just a question, I really appreciated some of the charts that you showed, very interesting, and I was wondering if it was just a casualty or a choice that, for instance, when you showed the sensitivity for some countries, Austria was not there. So I'm sure a lot of people here would be interested also to see these values also for Austria. Thank you. If you have them and willing to share.
No, of course. I mean, this is something that, if you give me your card, I can share as well after the presentation. The main reason for this is simply the way that we are looking at the aggregate European balance with the primary drivers in terms of, the TTF overall and also European consumption being the main and big Western European countries where around 80% or 70% of European consumption takes place overall. So that is why we are focusing in the presentation with our balances in terms of how we are conceptualizing value at the TTF based on those countries rather than on a country-by-country basis across the entire European balance.
Perfect, Leon. I think we'll leave it there so we can go and have some refreshments in the break. But here's a little bag of goodies from EXA and Montel. So once again, Leon, thank you very much indeed.
Thank
you. We will take a short break now, and we will return at 11:10, slightly later than advertised, but I think we run a bit over time. And then we will return after break. We're talking about the European carbon markets and guarantees of origin. So we'll look forward to seeing you back there then. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're about to start. In this session before lunch, we'll dive deeply into the environmental markets. That means the European carbon market, but also guarantees of origin. In recent weeks, over the past month, I'd say, European carbon prices have traded in a range between 65 and 70 euros, but there have been warning signs of a recession. The IMF have always warned of a recession in both Germany and Italy. What will this mean for carbon prices going forward? Are we more likely to see 50 euros or 100 euros? So to talk us through the macroeconomics and the impact on the ETS is Riham Waba of Virtus Environmental Markets. So Riham, a warm welcome to you, and the floor is all yours.
So, good morning, everyone. What a morning, I guess. Like we heard about, yes, there's hope, there's no hope. The picture is bleak or not bleak. I think here I'm not making it any better. I think it would be a bit bleak for industrials in the EU. So my name is Riham Wahba, as Richard well presented me, and I am from Virtus Environmental Finance. In Virtus, we work mostly with industrials that are covered by the EU ETS, and therefore we have this exposure for what is the sentiment on the market. We hear about it every day. We talk to our clients every day who are medium-sized to small-sized clients. They are in the market across Europe, and they are across different sectors in the EU. This is just a little bit of a word cloud, and here I just listed some of the words that we hear almost every day in our conversations with our clients. Just to give you a little bit of a sentiment in the market. So whenever we talk to them, we hear all the words of there's an economic slowdown, there is a recession, we're curtailing our output, we're shutting down our installations, we're shutting down our plants, or we're doing a reverse fuel switch, meaning that they are reversing back to coal instead of using gas in their production. Also, they are talking about the cost pass-through, subsidies, how the governments are going to support them or not support them. But overall, I'd like to say that the sentiment amongst industrials in this very specific field is very bleak. So I'll start by looking at this chart. For those who follow the carbon market, I think this is very familiar. To look at the price, and I'd like to ask you, so did the market see it coming? What do you think? Did they see that there would be a probability of recession? Did they see that there would be a probability of slowdown? Or they just believed the whole thing would be COVID-19, let's say the emerging of COVID-19 would hold on and things would get better? So show me of hands if you believe they saw it coming or not. Saw it coming? Okay, so I'd like to divide this chart actually in two. So if you look at this chart, you would see the first, this is for the DEC 22, so this is the benchmark we follow on the carbon market. And then I divide it into two. The first part is the pre-war era, and then the second part is the war era. And you can see the difference in sentiment, I'd say. So in the beginning, you'd see that the sentiment was quite strong, and then you could see that there was a lot of positivity on the market. They believed that there would be strong emergence from COVID-19, although the talk about recession was still present and it was prevalent at that time, and also the talk about inflation, but then the narrative back then, it was that it's transitory. It proved that it's not transitory and it's persistent, and this is where we see the 22 development on the carbon market and how the sentiment has completely changed. So you see that the price has peaked in February, but then later on with the start of the war, here, I'd say, this is where the sentiment materialized about the potential loss in the production and what would be the implications of the war in Ukraine on the overall economy of the EU. And then later on, you'd see that the price has went to a new high, and it almost touched the 100 euros, but this is because it was a pure technical breakout, but then later on, the slowdown has proven more prevalent and more persistent, and the market started to materialize this whole idea about the recession and the slowdown in the economic output. Also, this became clearer towards the end of the summer when everyone came back from the summer holidays and the summer recess. Politicians came back, and it became clear that there is an economic slowdown in the EU. And this is where we see this drop in the price and how it is materializing in the EU ETS, because there's this perception the demand of EUAs would drop because of this slowdown in the economy. So what we look at, so in Virtus, when we look at the economic slowdown, we look at the different macroeconomic factors. So we look at the PMI. So first of all, the first signal that we see on the market right now about the slowdown is the manufacturing PMI score. And if you look at this graph, you'd see that here towards the end of the chart, the manufacturing PMI for the Eurozone, it is at some of its lowest levels since November 2020. And you see that France and Germany also are towards the end of the spectrum, and they are showing steep drop in the PMIs. And I think Germany is standing a little bit above 48, and for France, it's standing a little bit above 47. And at the end of the day, these both measures are showing contractionary tendencies in terms of the economic states in these countries. We see from our experience and our exposure to clients that there are rapid closures in both France and Germany, and this is due to the high prices and the sort of difficulty to cause this cost pass through towards clients. The other thing we look at is the construction PMI, and construction PMI is important for us because it is this intersectional sort of indicator that is showing the health of the economy across a lot of sectors that are part of the construction sector. And also the construction PMI is showing a slowdown, and it's falling at the fastest rate since May 2020. So again, it's an indicator that there is a slowdown that is present at the EU right now. Another thing we're looking at is the German factory orders. And here, if you look at this chart, you can spot easily the seasonality. However, towards the end, so the numbers by the end of September 2020 are showing this drop in August compared to the month before, and how it is reflecting the largest drop since March 2022, so since the start of the war. And of course, you can see the effect of COVID-19 here, but this is an externality, and then the sharp increase. This is all connected to the crisis of COVID-19. Also, what we saw, other research that we're seeing on the market, there are research houses like the Holly Institute for Economic Research. They are seeing that in September alone, the number of bankruptcies in Germany, they have increased by around 34% year on year this month. And this was quite shocking, and is showing the depth of the crisis in these countries, and also the effect on industrials in this case. 2 days ago, this report came out from the International Monetary Fund, and the IMF has shown this chart basically reflects the inflation, how the inflation has developed in different areas around the world. We see here Europe, it has scored an inflation rate of 10% by the end of September, and then UK is 9.9%. And if we look at the division of what's contributing most to this inflation, we'd see that the energy is one of the predominant factors driving this inflation rate in the EU. So you can see here energy prices is causing a lot of this inflation. Also, the report has well highlighted that the global economic growth would conclude at 3.2% in 2022, and it would drop to 2.7% in 2023. And this, I think, confirms some of the hypotheses that were highlighted in the presentation before from Lyon, that the next year would be a tough year in the EU, because in this year we would realize the depth of the recession and the depth of the crisis in the EU, and then would realize the effect of it on the industrials in the Eurozone. This chart here, it's about where it bites hardest. And then we talk about the gas, and again, because we're reflecting about energy prices, so we look at the gas flows coming from the different parts to Europe. And as Leon highlighted in his presentation, we see that that different flows coming through the different pipelines. And now you see Nord Stream 1, like it is halted, and then the Yamal also is halted, and we have these. And it was a very good point, an interesting point that you made when you highlighted that the flows coming from Ukraine, they might be stopped by the end of this winter, if I'm not mistaken. And for that, actually, the problem would become deeper, and the effect of it would even deeper in the upcoming year. So why is that a problem for industrials in the EU? Because this gas supply shock is causing a lot of bottlenecks for the industrials in the EU. We see that the daily flows have dropped to 25% of what they used to be a year ago. How is this translating for the industries in the EU? It translates in regards to the gas use in production for those industries that we are focusing on. So the effect of this reduction in the supply much depends on how the gas is used in the production itself, or is used as a fuel to fuel this production, and to what extent it could be substituted by other factors or other inputs such as the gas, such as coal, lignite, oil, or diesel. So the sectors affected, from our observations, we can tell that the sectors affected are chemicals, fertilizers, glass manufacturing, and the aluminium and steel smelters. They are some of the most affected around the EU, and this is, we've seen this quite prevalent also in our surveying to clients. This is what we receive, and they have confirmed this idea that they are the most affected. They are seeing the most shutdowns and the most reductions to their productions around the EU. The estimations, also there is an estimate coming from the IMF that the chemical industry would be the most affected by this reduction in the supply of gas from Russia, because it is the most or the highest industrial consumer of gas in the EU with a percentage of 15%. Why we see now the rationing, or why chemicals is very significant, or the chemical industry is very significant, it's because the chemical industry, like gas, is it's particularly important for their production, and also it's particularly important as a feedstock for some of the chemical industry, like ammonia. So it goes into their production, and when it's not replaced, there's this inelasticity of supply. Then basically, when it cannot replace, the companies go towards or resort to reducing their production or shutting down their production altogether. And we can see this most significantly in Spain, Netherlands, Romania, and also in Germany. So the most from our sample, it is in these countries. Then we see also a reverse fuel switch. So we see industrials are switching back to coal instead of using gas. Because of these shortages in gas, some also are switching back to diesel. But this is highly dependent on the availability of this reverse fuel switch, if they can switch back to coal or they cannot do it. And last but not least, we see it, sorry. Yes, this one. I don't know what's happening, but it's refusing to show it. So aluminium sector also, we see that it's one of the most affected, and this is because of the nature of the production in the aluminium plants and how they need to, the smelters need to run for 24/7 for the whole year, basically. Otherwise, if they are shut down, there is a higher cost for restarting these smelters, and there is a higher risk that these smelters cannot start or restart again. So when we look at the ETS, so now I'm focusing or zooming in the ETS. When we look at the verified emissions in the ETS, like, I think this is a good picture to show the trends of the verified emissions and the emissions coming from the industrials covered under the ETS. We heard on the market a lot of talk about what would be the probable scenario, or the most probable scenario in terms of the economic slowdown or the economic recession. A lot have used the 2008 economic crisis as a proxy, but I think this is quite far-fetched because the conditions are very different. The conditions now are very different from what used to be in 2008. So we think that the COVID-19 could be the proxy for how this would affect the emissions of industrials covered by the ETS. So if we look at the emissions in 2020, they dropped by 11% year on year. And this is mainly driven by the demand destruction resulting from COVID-19 and the lockdowns. And then in 2021, because of the curbs of the lockdowns, we see that the emissions have increased by 9% year on year, and therefore the demand for EUAs. And then in 2022, this is going to be the mystery. And what's different here in 2022 is that we see both demand destruction and energy supply disruption, and this what affects the supply side for the industrials, and therefore their emissions and their demand for EUAs. And when we look at the carbon market, we like to differentiate between the utilities and industrials, because here you can see different trends. So for the utilities, we see, again, increased reverse fuel switch, so which means that increased burn of fossil fuel, mainly for coal and diesel and oil. And therefore, we forecast an increase of emissions year on year for the utilities. And for industrials, these are the ones that are most affected right now by the economic slowdown. And if we look at the emissions from these sectors, we see that they would, yes, they would drop this year because of all the factors that I just highlighted. However, this drop from industrials would be offset by the increase in emissions coming from utilities. We worked out the numbers a little bit, and we came up with some scenarios. So we assumed that the emissions coming from utilities would increase by around 4 to 6% year on year, and for that, the number of verified emissions would increase by 30 to 50 million allowances in the end of 2022, and this is from utilities around Europe. However, for industrials, we ran some scenarios about like 2% reduction in activity, or 3% or 5%, and the extreme scenario, 10%. And at the end, what we reached is that there would be a rise in verified emissions from the overall system by the end of 2022, which wouldn't necessarily be a bearish signal for the market. The bearish signals would come from other areas on the market. And then 2023 is still a mystery, because it would be defined by a lot of the factors that's still unknown, meaning that it would be defined by the depth of the economic recession, would be defined by the depth of the crisis, moves on the wider financial markets, and also it would be defined by the energy policy in the EU and the policy interventions coming from the EU. And that's about it from my side. So I'm just wondering if you guys have questions.
Perfect, Riam. Excellent.
Thank you.
So if we're talking about between a 3 to 10% drop in industrial emissions, in that range, what does that mean for prices?
So the 10% is the most extreme scenario, I'd say. And what it means for prices, I think it would depend on its interactions with the emissions coming from utilities. And now the view is that the emissions from utility would offset those who are lost from the industrial side of the market. And therefore, when you work out this balance at the end of the day, it shouldn't send a weak signal to the markets. What would send a weak signal to the market, it would be other interventions, like the front loading, for instance, if this happens, or the release of allowances from the MSR. I think this would be the policy side would play more role and would have more weight on the market rather than this supply and demand balance. What's important next year, I think 2023 would be more important even, because the bearishness would be more prevalent in 2023, and it would be the higher probable scenario, let's say. And in this case, there might be more bearish pressure next year. But again, this would depend on how it would play out with the interaction of the policy and other factors on the market.
So you're saying the policy factors, the MSR discussions, the front loading of allowances, and the selling of those to fund green the green transition,
Exactly.
are more a factor than the drop in reduction.
Because if we work the scenarios, like at the end of the day, verified emissions wouldn't drop year on year, so it means that the demand would still be even higher than last year, or would be as last year, and this shouldn't send a bearish signal to the price.
Yeah. So are current prices, are they sort of pricing in that demand drop, do you think, or could there be some surprises?
To an extent, yes, because we are in Q4, so more or less businesses know where they are standing until the end of the year. So I'd say the market is pricing in more or less like this drop in production and curtailment in production. So I think, yes, more or less it is pricing in this, this drop in the industrial activity, because we don't expect to see more surprises by the end of Q4. We would have seen the effect already in Q3, and the effect that we see is not as deep and is not as bad as it was in COVID-19. So financial reports, let's say, yes, we hear about this cut in production, but financial reports are not showing the same depth or same gravity of the crisis for the industrials.
Excellent. Any questions from the floor? I think I'd like to ask a little bit about the direction for the rest of the year in terms of prices, Riham. So what would it take to drop down to 50, for example, 50 euros a ton? And is that more likely than, say, 75, 80?
Okay, so that's a very good question. We get this question quite a lot.
Okay.
To drop down to 50 euros, I think it would take something that is much bigger than what's happening on the market right now. Be it something that is a geopolitical development that hasn't been thought of and hasn't been priced in the market at the moment, or further supply cuts and inability to replace these supply cuts with other sources coming from different countries around the world. So I think these two factors could affect the market or could give this shock to the market to drop down to 50 euros. Could be something on the financial market as well, because we can see this spillover effect between financial markets and the carbon market. So it could be something also coming from there, like if we see financial markets like deeply in the red and like completely shook by the crises, I think this could affect the carbon price. So this could drop the price to 50. The likelihood of it, I'd say, a bit unlikely to go to 50 euros. So I'd say that like 70, 80 euros, it is the most probable scenario until the end of the year. If we continue like that, we can see some consolidation until the end of the year around this area. Going back to 100 is as well unlikely, because we see that the market is lacking steam to go to 100 euros. So this is what I'd say regarding the pricing, yeah.
Perfect, Graham. Excellent. I think we in the interest of time, we'll leave it there. But maybe we can talk more about carbon at lunch and in the breaks.
Absolutely.
But here's a little bag of things from us.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, from Exa and Montel. So once again, Graham, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
So moving from the carbon market, we stay with green or environmental markets and talk a little bit about the policy side, but also about what's happening to guarantees of origin prices. What can we expect? So to talk us through that is Kevin Lim of GreenFact. So a warm welcome to you, Kevin, and the floor is all yours.
All right, thanks a lot, Richard. Much appreciated. So today I'll just be talking about developments in the geo markets and how the red revisions potentially impacts that. I'm Kevin from GreenFact. We're an intelligence-based company based in Oslo, Norway. So just a brief overview of my talk today. So I'll briefly discuss what a guarantee of origin is, although I expect most of the people in this room have a quite good understanding of the concept. I'll talk about electricity geos, a bit about the benchmark product in electricity geos and price expectations. Then I'll move on to biomethane and geos there. I'll give a short overview of biomethane for those who aren't all that familiar with it. And then also talk about the UK and European markets, which we currently cover. And then I'll talk a little bit about RED 3 and RED 4 and what's happening there, in particular how it relates to the guarantees of origin market. And then I'll do a quick recap of this talk. So first of all, guarantees of origin, what are they? So just a quick proviso that we do have a lot more information on our website that is available for free for those looking to delve deeper into the fundamentals of this. But it essentially comes down to when you as an electricity consumer, when you get your electricity, how can you assure that it's green? Sure, we have green production via solar panels, wind, hydro, but then we also have fossil fuels, and when they all get injected into the grid, it becomes this kind of grey mix. And so how can we tell, or how can we assure that we are getting green power, we're paying for what we ask for? And so one solution put forward is this concept of the guarantee of origin. And so a guarantee of origin is basically a certificate that guarantees that 1 megawatt hour has been produced in a certain fashion, whether it's through solar or wind, and also where it was produced and when it was produced. And this is issued to a producer who's registered. That producer then can then transfer it to to a consumer or a supplier who acts as a proxy for a consumer in the case of households. And then when they eventually say they use green energy, that certificate will get cancelled or retired. So there is this one-to-one correspondence. There can't be a double claim for one guarantee of origin by one consumer. A couple of things is that there's some obvious similarities between the guarantee of origin market and the electricity market in that they both deal with volumes. The GEO represents 1 megawatt hour, as I mentioned. Some of the drivers for both the markets are very similar. Supply-wise, if new wind farms get put up, obviously that leads to more electricity into the grid and also more guarantees of origin. Demand side is a little bit different. And then, market-wise, you have spot markets and forward markets for both of these. Now, there's probably a lot more differences, and I just want to cover some of the main ones. Firstly, we have price fragmentation in the guarantees of origin market, whereas generally 1 megawatt hour of electricity does the same thing. It boils water for your cups of tea, or it powers your LED TVs. Whereas with guarantees of origin, people do actually care whether it comes from hydro, whether it comes from solar, whether it comes from within the country, outside the country, when it was produced, potentially if the facility that received the GEO is receiving support, governmental support. All these things matter, and they all kind of fragment the market and lead to different prices for different GEO products. The other important thing is electricity is an instantaneous market, whereas guarantees of origin, we have a finite lifetime. Currently, that's 1 year. So in the guarantee of origin spot market, you will actually see trades for production from last year, 2021, for example, this year. Also, I'll just note that a similar concept also applies to gas as well, in that you have biomethane or green gas production, which is injected into the grids, and then it gets mixed. So they apply this concept to gas too. All right, moving right along. So the RES EGO market, how exactly do we go about tracking this? Well, fortunately for us, we do have a benchmark product, and that benchmark product is Nordic Hydro, and it's one of the main reasons GreenFact is based in Oslo, Norway, rather than, say, Berlin in Germany, because it is the major product, the major GEO product on the market. And so when we look at this, fortunately for us, most of the other products tend to follow the Nordic Hydro benchmark. So the current year vintage, so that's production from this year, 2022, has been on the rise significantly since the beginning of the year. And I've got at the end of Q3, it was about 2.5 times what that price was at the beginning of the year. It was close to €4 per megawatt hour. In the last quarter alone, it doubled in price. And then I noted in the last month, it actually increased half again. So the other thing I'll mention is that there has been significant upward pressure, and you're seeing some of these same things that affect the electricity market also affect the GEO market. The hot, dry weather in the summer and low reservoir levels from the hydro side also restricted, the supply. And then you also had kind of this large demand from the German disclosure, which requires guarantees of origin to disclose the, green electricity usage. So I guess the question is, where do we see the prices going from here? And I'll just quote one of our other analysts, Leo. He says, we're on a highway to reaching €4.50 with no traffic ahead. I don't see any reason for prices to stop here. There's actually a quote from he was quoted by one of your analysts, the Montel analyst. And actually right now, I believe the prices for current year Nordic Hydro are about €4.80. And just some indications on this page to show that they have increased. How do we see this going towards the end of the year? On the right-hand side there, left-hand side, right-hand side, you will see a graph kind of overlaying electricity prices versus guarantee of origin prices. They are smooth, they are averaged. But what we see now is that the GO price lags a little bit from the electricity price. So as Leo said, it doesn't appear, purely on a correlation basis, the GO price does not appear to have peaked, but we would expect it on the basis of past performance that it would peak before the end of the year. All right, moving right along. So biomethane, just quick show of hands, how many people in this room are familiar with biomethane? All right, not less than half, or some people don't want to put their hands up. So that's fair enough. So biomethane is that's a whole topic and a whole day in itself. But just to briefly cover it, it's where you take organic feedstock, which you could call biomass, and you process it into methane and carbon dioxide, and that mixture is called biogas. And the way that's normally done these days is through a process called anaerobic digestion. You put your feedstock into a digester, and out comes carbon dioxide and methane, and also some other products, including organic fertilizer. There's another process that's being developed, which is called pyrolysis, which should lead to the same results, but you can use different feedstocks there. And then if you really want to get the most utility out of it, you purify it into biomethane. So you basically remove the carbon dioxide, and at that point, you can treat it as normal natural gas. You can liquefy it to get LNG or bio-LNG, or compress it to get CNG. And that's when, if you inject it into the grid, that's when this idea of the GOs picks up some value. So the one thing I want to note there is, on the left-hand side, you'll see a list of feedstocks which can go into producing biomethane. Of course, the controversial one is energy crop, which has been a focus point since the start of the Ukraine crisis. Because of this, you have competition for food stocks as well. So this is something that is problematic, and quite frankly, Europe is turning away from using energy crops. Instead, they're looking more at waste feedstocks, so livestock byproducts, manure is the big one there, called liquid gold in the industry, plant byproducts, municipal waste, household waste, and also industrial waste, sewage, and just wastewater in general. And so, biomethane can be considered natural gas with green attributes. So you have the end usage emissions, which are balanced by the CO2 uptake in the creation of the feedstocks. And once again, if you'd like to see a bit more information on the fundamentals of biomethane, we have more on our platform. Now, there is a geo market for biomethane. There is a market for biomethane geos. I will say that it's not as developed as the electricity geo market, which itself is not as developed as the electricity geo market is not as well developed as the electricity market. But I do note the efforts of local company, the Central European Gas Hub, in trying to establish an exchange an international exchange for biomethane guarantees of origin. So just moving along. So because the market is so fragmented, rather than talk about an overall European guarantees of origin market, we kind of focus on national markets. And perhaps one of the most liquid, if not the largest market, is the UK guarantee of origin market, where their certificates are kind of called RGGOs, or renewable gas guarantees of origin. And because there is so much fragmentation, we try and simplify it by grouping it into major groups. So we classify on the basis of feedstock. So you either have a crop or a product feedstock or a waste residue. And so the kind of lowest value product that we see here is the crop feedstock guarantee of origin. I believe it's probably the most discounted product in Europe, because the production is subsidized as well. Unsubsidized production tends to receive higher prices. That said, it's still increased about 50% since the beginning of the year. It's gone from 8 to 12 pounds a megawatt hour. When we look at the more premium product, which is the biomethane in the UK, created from waste, or the guarantees of origin supporting that, that's gone up even more, and it's doubled since the beginning of the year. Also, there's a difference between. I will mention the European product here as well. When we talk about the European market, currently the most liquid markets that we're observing are the Danish, for Danish biomethane GEOs run by Energinet, and also the Dutch market run by Vertogas. So we tend to group those together because they have quite similar pricing. There you get even more distinctions. You have crop and waste, but also you have a distinction between certified sustainability certified and sustainability uncertified sustainability. So what we're seeing is that there is a relationship, even though the markets are reasonably distinct, between European waste biomethane, which is sustainability uncertified, and also the UK waste product. That gap is narrowing, and that coincides with a lot of the UK certificates being exported into the German registry. So we believe that the European waste uncertified product provides a price ceiling on the UK product. And if we go to the upper end of these markets, sustainability certified waste is just under 50 euros a megawatt hour. So remember, this is effectively a premium people are willing to pay on top of the gas as well. That said, that is not the highest price for biomethane certificates. I can't really call these other products GEOs, which are on top of the gas. In Germany, prices above 100 euros per megawatt hour are not unheard of. In that case, we are talking about non-subsidized production. And it really depends on what application and what characteristics your certificate has. Okay, now moving on to some of the RED revisions. I will note that the scope of this is huge, and it's impossible for me to cover everything in one small talk, but I just want to focus on the aspects that specifically deal with guarantees of origin. That said, just a brief recap. So the Renewable Energy Directive was developed for the promotion of renewable energy in Europe. The RED replaced the RES in 2001, the Renewable Energy Sources Directive. Back then, of course, it only covered renewable electricity, but now the RED covers all forms of energy, including transport fuels, heating and cooling. So it was adopted in 2009, and that's when this, this concept of guarantees of origin for electricity first arose and proposed and gained acceptance. And it wasn't until RED 2, later 2018, I think, when guarantees of origin for gas were introduced as a concept. So once again, the RED provides this framework for promoting renewable energy. And so the RED 2 was the recast of the original RED in 2009. RED 3, which is the term thrown about quite a lot, coincided with Fit for 55, and RED 4 coincided with the Repower EU announcement, which was, of course, related to the Ukraine crisis. And then I have some dates. RED 2, the first proposal was in 2016 and then adopted later in 2018. RED 3 talks about Fit for 55 talks around the middle of last year. And then RED 4, of course, Repower later in May, earlier this year in May. Then one of the key things is the targets that it sets for renewable energy, which are binding. So the RED 2 set this target of 32% renewable energy by 2030. RED 3 upped that a little bit more to 40%, and then, of course, RED 4 Repower EU had even more ambitious targets of 45%. The other thing I want to note, which is quite specific to gas guarantees of origin or biomethane guarantees of origin, is these transport fuel targets. Now, there was an overall target of 14% renewable fuels in 2030, set by RED 2. But what's more interesting to biomethane is the advanced biofuel targets, which is not exclusively biomethane, but it is a field that biomethane can compete in. So I believe that target was set at 3.5% back in, back in 2018. Now, that includes this provision for double counting. I'm not sure if many people are aware of this idea of double counting, but because the advanced biofuels are produced from feedstocks which are considered sustainable and not crop feedstocks, they allow them to say, well, for every megawatt hour, for every litre of fuel you produce for an advanced biofuel, it counts as twice as much. So I've basically on this graph, that green bar for RED 2, I've halved it. But now recently they've said, well, we're going to set an upper limit, and that's regardless of whether you double count it or not. So now it's at 2.2% of all fuels need to be advanced biofuels, which may include biomethane. Now, one thing that the biomethane lobbies have been complaining about is that there hasn't been much movement as far as that's concerned. The RED 4, recent discussions still put that at 2.2%. Now, what has received a lot of attention is RFNBOs and hydrogen. That's this blue bar. So RED 2 did not have a target for hydrogen fuels because they were too out of the ordinary, whereas RED 3 sets this target at around, I think it's about 3% or 2.7. And then the recent talks have doubled that again to an even higher amount. So there is a lot of attention on hydrogen fuels, and when you're looking at the biomethane market and how that's developing, that by comparison has lagged behind quite a lot. So as an analyst in the guarantee of origin market, it's like, how do we see these revisions affecting the guarantee of origin market? So the first thing we look at is how these targets relate to supply and demand. So generally, the targets will be put forward in the RED revisions with regards to the application or the demand side. So transport fuel has targets. There is an overall energy target, and then recently they've moved to include heating and cooling, renewable energy in heating and cooling. And then from that point, we move to kind of analyze, okay, how does this affect supply and demand for electricity, for biomethane, and then how that affects the geo market. So if you look at the graphs on the right-hand side, we've taken their overall targets for renewable energy, and we've converted them into targets for, or aspirations rather, for renewable electricity. And as you can see, obviously, when the renewable energy share goes up, the electricity share also increases as well. It's my particular view that as that renewable energy share goes higher, the easy gains that you get from electrification become harder, and you get a little bit of a slowdown. So, we expect that, as you get to the higher ends, especially beyond 2030, when you're going towards 50, 60, 70, and eventually 100%, your incremental gains in the electricity infrastructure and capacity will start to slow down quite a lot. And obviously, this affects our outlook for the guarantee of origin market for electricity. Also, supply-wise, although fuel, which are fuel-specific, ideally, if you're in biomethane, you'd like to see specific targets for biomethane. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen so readily. Whereas, surprisingly, for hydrogen, there is a target there, transport-wise anyway. So that's kind of a pipe dream, and in a lot of cases, it's left up to the individual member states, member nations to figure out what they want to do with regards to supply. The other thing that is very important is the standing of guarantees of origin, because it's not immediately clear that these targets will conform to supply and demand of guarantees of origin. So one thing we have seen in particular with the gas side is that you have guarantees of origin, and then people try and add additional value to that by looking at certain characteristics on that certificate. For example, one of the key characteristics which adds value is the carbon intensity associated with the biomethane GO. Now, that's not a normal characteristic that would be included with a geo, but taking that into account as well signals that it's able to be used for other applications, higher value applications. So we look at what the geo may be parlayed into for other markets. And I've made this comment, all roads lead through geos. Now, in trying to reach targets, there are these other mechanisms and certificates that are used. For example, in the electricity market, they tend to use, well, for Norway and Sweden, they've used this concept of the L-cert. In the UK, they've used the concept of renewable ROCs. So it's my belief is that you can use guarantees of origin for almost everything, and for the things that you can't use, because of that one-to-one correspondence that I mentioned earlier, is that even if you do want to create like a transport fuel ticket or an electricity certificate, you should still produce the guarantee of origin and then cancel it to show that it's being used for this other purpose. And from an accounting point of view, I believe that makes sense. And then the other thing I want to mention is with the RFNBOs, the hydrogen-based fuels, one of the larger discussions that's happening now is that obviously green hydrogen will require a lot of electricity, renewable electricity. And the question there is, how do people certify that or guarantee that their electricity that they're using to produce green hydrogen is actually green? And the guarantees of origin for electricity are one way of doing that. Although, if you recall what I mentioned at the beginning of the talk, those guarantees of origin have a 1-year time frame. Now, for the purposes of producing hydrogen, they do want to narrow that. They want to say, well, if you're going to say that you produced hydrogen at this point in time, within this hour or 15-minute period, you need to show that you sourced electricity from that same period. So there's this temporal matching. They need to tighten up how they report on guarantees of origin in electricity. And then also spatial matching. They want it not only down to the country in some cases, but they want to be able to say that they want it down to bidding zones. And so all of this is possible with the guarantee of origin system. The only thing is that, one, it has to gain acceptance, and two, there are probably changes in how we currently record this information, which need to be changed in some of the registers. So once again, I think we have to wait and see what happens with the trilogue negotiations, but we'll keep an eye on that going forward for sure. So the hydrogen market will have some effect on the market for electricity geos. Just concluding, so geo is the EU tool for making green electricity and gas disclosure claims. Geo markets have seen impressive gains over the last year, electricity more so than biomethane, and this is despite geo markets being a voluntary market as well, so we do see high preference for these products. We can expect higher prices going forward to the end of the year. In the case of electricity geos, we should see a correction just purely based on correlation. And then the demand is still high for biomethane geos despite some of the high gas prices which were alluded to in earlier talks today. And then when we are looking at red revision targets and the interpretations of how geos might be used are the key points, because it speaks to demand and the ability of guarantees of origins to factor into these targets. Just one last thing. I found this on the internet last week. It's a concert in Vienna by KISS. Obviously, they made a bit of a mistake. It's from a renewable energy analyst point of view. I don't understand how you can mistake my home country, where you have boundless, flat, sunny plains, where solar has almost unlimited potential, to a country like Austria, where you do have a lot of mountains and hydro is the mainstay. So if you've learned nothing from this talk, it should be that guarantees of origin still see a high demand despite the high prices, and then also Gene Simmons has a lot to answer for. Thank you.
Kevin, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we're going to have to keep this question-answer session quite short because we only have an hour for lunch, and I don't want to keep you from your lunch. It's in the restaurant across the reception area. But if I can, I want to focus on just, well, two areas maybe. But after the recent, well, the last election, general election in Norway, Green Factory is based in Norway, there were sort of ripples in the geo market because there was a threat, or Norway said that they would leave the European guarantees of origin market. What's the status of that now?
Listen, it's something that our policy analysts have been looking at. We're trying to get further comment on exactly where that's going, but I can't give an update on that right now. I will say that we are looking at modelling geos and providing a forecast, and that is one of the scenarios that we are looking at.
That could be have quite a bearish impact, bring prices quite substantially down from where they are at the moment.
Yeah.
And just a question from our green team. So we have. Has there been a change in the way that guarantees of origin have been marketed, given the very recent high prices? Has there been a change for the way that they've been traded?
Definitely. The high prices that I mentioned associated with the Nordic Hydro 2022, certainly because one of the things we do is collate trades and display aggregated information. But I will say that there seems to have been a drop-off in that product, probably because it's such a high price. And you see more trades in the 2021 product and forward years as well. Nordic Hydro is effectively in backwardation. So that has been a change, but overall we still, there's still quite a lot of demand for it, and the prices definitely show that.
Reflect the high demand.
Yeah.
Well, Kevin, here's a bag of goodies from Exxon Montel, so thank you once again for your excellent presentation.
Thank you, Richard.
We'll now stop for lunch. We have an hour in the restaurant, and then we come back and we can have a coffee break for you can have coffee here for half an hour. We start back here at 1:30. So see you then. Enjoy lunch. Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Please take your seats and we can start. So I hope you will enjoyed lunch and an extended coffee break afterwards. We will now go a little bit into the technicals. We had a lot of the overview, and now, obviously, for the success of the green transition, green energy needs to be produced and consumed at the local level. And a key factor is are the energy communities. So to talk us through the importance, the relevance, and the outlook for energy communities is Martin Brunner, who is Managing Director of Energy Services, Handels- and Dienstleistungen. So Martin, please, the floor is all yours.
Okay, thanks a lot. Welcome also from my side. The first speak after lunch is also always the Champions League, yeah. So I will try to make it more with some points, some comments, yeah, that all of you can get the best input. Yeah, here we are. Yeah. Okay. I tried to find a really sexy title for my presentation. And I put something what is in our company, because renewable energy communities, okay, from administration to billing, yeah, we see this administration is an important part, but in the end, yeah, it's important that the invoice, the bill, comes to the customer. And from science fiction to reality is a sentence some of my software developers are discussing about. They are more than 25 years in software development, and they were starting before the liberalization starts, and they had a very slow movement, and they said, okay, smart meter will not come, spot tariffs will not come. Here they said this will come, yeah, and they see also what's coming next, yeah. So that's in accordance to my software developers. And I also pointed out here, you see this here, where we started from, yeah. This is the Tarifblatt, yeah, where all Styrian utilities had the same price in 1986. Very simple, yeah. And you don't find really customer. You see here, it's the I don't know the word in English, the Anschlusswerber. It's more that someone is coming and asking, please, 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 yeah, could I have a contract? Yeah. Now in the present, yeah, it's also when we see on the supplier side, yeah, where customers are losing their contracts, they also have to say, okay, please, I need a contract. So something is coming again, but here we started, yeah, from the Antragsteller to this picture I will explain later. Okay, so renewable energy communities is, of course, a very important point in the transaction for the climate strategy. But also, if you see the history, it's a further step in the development of the market rules. Why I'm stressing the term market rules? As we see, we come then when I describe what energy services is doing. So far, we dealt with the market role supplier and DSO. And now approaching more market roles. Currently, we have 5. Yeah. It's for people working with the system, developing the system. It's hard to think, okay, which hat do I have on my head? Yeah, I'm now the supplier, the DSO, I'm the renewable energy community, what I'm doing, or I'm the energy services provider. Okay, so that's also from the introduction. I'll go through the market roles and tell something about the renewable energy communities, and then I will leave some space for discussion, and I'm also happy to get some input and feedback. Yeah, energy services, Handels- und Dienstleistungs GmbH. So we were founded in 1999. We had the service goal, yeah, in our name. We have 8 shareholders that are small or medium Styrian utilities. So we have the native pressure, yeah, to develop software solutions which are fit for the market. My team consists out of 32 colleagues. Yeah, they are traders, software developers, product managers, and our mission is that we will be we don't produce software or we make something that we try to find a solution, yeah, and to generate services. And this for 2 main points. One is the energy portfolio management. That means we are buying and selling energy for our shareholders and 20 other utilities. And for the second part, we provide software as a service, yeah, around the topic of energy data management, billing solution, smart meter, yeah, and this we do for about 50 companies in Austria. And that's what I also want to point out here. We cover right now all market roles which are established in Austria. Okay. Yeah, I told about the market roles. Yeah, we started here with the suppliers, then the DSO, and right now we have I also put here the German word in place because there's maybe some difficulties to translate this to English. But we have the PVGA, that's the energy communities, with the GC number. That's for us when we look, is it really a role? Yeah, a role. If you have a number here, yeah, it's a market role. Yeah, so we have the renewable energy communities, yeah, also in place right now, further developed. Outlook for 23 is the citizen energy community. And what I also want to focus in this presentation, the most underestimated market role, in my point of view, is the energy services provider. It's really a market role in Austria. You can apply for that, you get the EP number, yeah, and then you get some, when your customer is allowing that, you can get really some nice data. So these are the market roles, yeah, where we then focus on the renewable energy communities. Yeah, here I want to show the transaction, yeah, where we started, yeah. We started with the regulated market, yeah, where we had also found some other terminals, the Antragsteller, the Anschlusswerber, the Tarifabnehmer, yeah. It's really far away from consumer, prosumer, and blockchain, yeah. We worked with paper and fax, yeah, not very standard. Then the liberalized market started. Okay, first the consumer customer comes. Yeah, okay, we had an interaction between the DSO and the supplier. Yeah, not that much. The exchange was via email, MS Cons. Yeah, that really worked because the data, yeah, from the customer, you got one metering data a year. So that was not. It was a challenge because the systems were not that fit as they are. Then for me the most very important step, which is currently not finished, yeah, is the smart meter rollout, because this is the basis for all the new market roles. Yeah, without the smart meter, you cannot implement the market roles. And there also we faced some problems. Yeah, that in the labor, yeah, it seems to work fine. Yeah, if you put it out on the field, yeah, you have some influences, like from the mobile stations, yeah, really tricky. And what is really important thing is, without a good database, yeah, you cannot work here, yeah. It's really a challenge, yeah, where the DSOs, yeah, have to do their homework. And from my point of view, in this all new market roles, yeah, the DSOs, yeah, have most of the work and the very complex work. Yeah, and now the new market roles, yeah, as I mentioned, yeah, and here the data, yeah, which is exchanged between supplier, DSO, and the new market roles is really exploding. Yeah, here it's really the challenge, yeah, to check. I got thousands of files, yeah, in my folder. Which do I have to keep? Yeah, where do I have to find the information? Here it's relevant that the mass of information, yeah, you have to figure out what's important. That. So we started from here, yeah, and to here. So it was because sometimes when you talk to people outside the energy sector, say, okay, you're so slow and nothing is changing, everything the same. Yeah, I think this was really a change. Yeah, and what we see, what is changing right now. Yeah, with also some regulatory things, is not that bad. Focusing on the renewable energy communities, the challenge was how to explain this in 20-25 minutes. And so I made the decision. I put here the source. Yeah, when we are looking about this topic, yeah, or citizen energy communities, yeah, we are looking at this source. Yeah, here a lot of information is stored. Yeah, I think not everything in English. Yeah, but it's really a good overview. And from and we see that in our company, because when we are dealing with things which are before the market entry. So for us, all the names here, yeah, are quite new. They're newer, yeah, before they came to our customers, to our DSOs, to our suppliers. And we figured out that really to have a common understanding about about the wording, yeah, which is what is a renewable energy community, what is a citizen energy community, what is an energy services provider. It's really key, yeah, that you can work, yeah, in this really complex environment. So this only show you that the steps, yeah, about the regional, the DSO costs, yeah, are here not that much. So it's on the homepage. It's quite simple, but I will explain you how this works, yeah, on a chart, yeah, which we developed by our own, yeah, and it's really I'm happy to show this chart because when we started with the discussion, yeah, years ago, yeah, it looked like completely different. Yeah, it was really for us also, yeah, and especially for guys working 25 years in the energy sector, yeah. There is something new. There is something new which hasn't been before, yeah. Not a new process, a new market role, yeah, which is the same right of application than the other roles. So we have here. I try to focus in this picture. This is a renewable energy community, and you have here involved, yeah, of course, one DSO, yeah. You might have involved, yeah, different suppliers because every participant of the renewable energy community, yeah, might have a different supplier, and you have the body, yeah, the EEG, the renewable energy community, yeah, and here these are guys, yeah, who for them it's new, yeah. They set up the renewable energy community. They saw a lot of them, yeah, but in not many cases, I saw an invoice, yeah, or a credit note coming here to the customer. So we have a lot of renewable energy communities, but the project is, or the proof of the cake is finished, yeah, when here you get monthly an invoice, and that's really not easy, yeah, because you have to set up the renewable energy community, yeah, and the process, yeah, always runs the market communication about the EB utilities process, about EDA Bonton. Yeah, that's really from the Austrian Energy a really a good thing, yeah, because in any other cases, yeah, if you don't have here a central data exchange, this would not work anymore. Because if you want to set up a renewable energy community, it's not possible anymore to go to the DSO and tell, okay, in your region I have it. It's not possible. You have to go over the processes, yeah, and here he's informed, yeah. And also, if something changes here, yeah, you have to go over that. And you can imagine. This process will not work from the beginning. Yeah, we had an example. It was an. No, it was not an. It was an. I'll check. It was an. One moment, please. It was not an EEG, it was an, sorry. Okay. They printed out on two sides. Sorry, I'm not used to that. It was an energy community, yeah, with about 80, yeah, customers, and one customer, yeah, left the building, yeah, but not informing here his counterpart that he's leaving. He told it only to the DSO, because the DSO for him, he knew it in the past, yeah, he informed it, yeah. And after 60 days, yeah, when the smart meter data here, yeah, is overwritten, yeah, then we figured out, okay, there was a change in the past, yeah, we have to recalculate that. But for this, there was no process. So, and that's the nice thing. We're standing here in the middle as a software provider. Yeah, the DSO told us, no chance. The community told us, no chance. Yeah, and we had to, magic hand like this. So it's really, and you figure out when then something is missing. Yeah, and then you have to adapt the processes. But in summarizing that, the processes here are very, very important. Yeah, that this works. Yeah, and this is a quite simple technology. It's a file exchange. Yeah, I've been to some workshops and conferences. Yeah, 3-4 years ago with blockchain. Blockchain is the solution for everything. Yeah, from my point of view, if you start with such a complex thing, yeah, you have to really understand that, because you really can see here. Okay, here is a file send. Yeah, okay, and go here. Yeah, it's really, it works. Yeah, and maybe when we facing other processes, yeah, for example, in my point of view, maybe not in 5, but in 7-8 years, yeah, maybe your smart meter here will choose every hour another supplier. Yeah, it's technically possible. He only needs some information, yeah, from which supply I don't want to get energy. Yeah, also some soft facts on the green energy or whatever. So this will come. But starting here with this technology is of course the right way. So the community tells the DSO, okay, we have, these are the community parameters. Yeah, we calculating the dynamic, the static model. These are the customers. Yeah, and then the DSO has to set up the calculation process. This was really for us at the beginning not clear. Yeah, so the calculation, yeah, based on the formula, yeah, is done by the DSO. That was the reason why I told you. Honestly, the DSO has a lot of work to do. Yeah, here, very simplified. Yeah, this role is a kind of supplier light role, because it's no difference if a supplier, yeah, has customers out of the local DSO, yeah, because also here he gets the data from the DSO and is creating the invoice. Here also, it's quite simple for this role, yeah, because he has to manage with all the changes here, yeah, communicate that here, and the DSO has to, okay, smart meter has to be rolled out. The clearing process for the smart meters has to be finished. Yeah, we focused that for one renewable energy community, this was running for 3 months perfectly, and then the DSO got no data. What happened? Yeah, a mobile handy provider, yeah, changed some stuff at the local stations. Yeah, and this was in the interaction with that, so no data was coming. But the whole process, yeah, was stopped because the DSO needs the data, yeah, then calculate and send it to the renewable energy community. And also, interesting thing, the supplier, yeah, does only know, yeah, what's the difference between the coming out of the PV and the load. The supplier does not anymore know what's the full consumption of his customer. Does not know. That's for forecasting an interesting thing. Yeah. So he really gets from the DSO, yeah, only the remaining part of the energy. Yeah, and then you have to calculate the bills. So it's really you have here, and then you have here maybe the ÖMAG for the. So really some things. You have here also some systems. Yeah, maybe some marketing in our side that we provide a billing solution and then energy data management solution for this. Yeah, why was this possible? Because we we worked with the exchange between the DSO and the supplier over Ada Bonton. We started from the first second, and we had a lot of traffic about that. And we learned. So this was why we could set up this role also very quickly. So this is the more data flow model of the renewable energy community. In other words, you have the customer, you have the production, they have to find a solution how this production will be separate, different to the consumer, and here he has to manage. And also, what's interesting is here, when we talked here, we talked about the Stadtwerke Judenburg, Stadtwerke Bruck, they are profis. They know what the difference is between megawatt and megawattstunde. Here, was I think the second or the third customer touch, who asked if you have a solution here. It was a building company. They said we already have installed an EEG. We need a building solution. For them, to say, okay, here is Ada Bonton. They ask us, who the fuck is Ada Bonton? We said, okay, if you want, you don't get the data here from the DSO. Here you have a standard interface. And then they started with a kind of test project, and they figured out if you don't get into a high volume, if you only have one renewable energy community, it's like every year when I make the Arbeitnehmerveranlagung, I'm starting to thinking again, how this will work. If you do a work not frequently, it's difficult. You got a lot of frustration, and so we try to pool that. To look if are there companies who are doing that, because the renewable energy community is the company, but this process here can be done by an energy service provider. Yeah. Yeah. Perfect.
You have 1 more minute. You have 1 more minute.
Okay.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Do you want to wrap up? Maybe go to your last
Okay,
slide?
okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
So, sorry, because for me the topic, it's really I believe in the topic. Maybe it's not the solution for the climate crisis, but it's a first step. And if this is not right, then we learn and make it another solution. Okay. What I want to summarize, it's a long way from the idea to the invoice. Personal experience from my girlfriend, they live in a flat. They want to set up an EEG, but no one thought, okay, I will do the project management. I will do the data analysis. And then, of course, I will do the monthly invoice and the credit note on the data overview. So it's really not finished yet. We have some companies that say, okay, I put a PV on your roof, and you're an EEG. It's not. You have to do how this, especially for the EEG. What are the optimal participants at the EEG? You have to combine that with small companies. So that's a data analysis. And getting data from the DSO. Can estimate. It's also possible to get this over Ada Bonton. And for this, and that's from my point the missing link, is there you have the market role, the energy provider. So make a switch from the renewable energy community to the energy service provider. That's a quite simple role. Only the customer has to confirm in the DSO web portal that a registered energy provider, and this is not linked to a qualification, so we also applied for this role, will get the data from the DSO frequently. So starting here, yeah, before you ask the DSO about 100 emails and I don't know how many Excel sheets to get the data, yeah, you can make this with this role, and with this role, I will end up my presentation only 2 minutes, yeah? Okay.
Well, that was 1 minute ago.
Three. Okay. So, and here, it's quite simple also. You have also here, you remember, here there was the renewable energy community, yeah? And here is the new market role, yeah? Also Ada Ponton. But here, you have different opportunities, yeah? What is missing, yeah? Of course, you can't implement external data, yeah? You can get energy prices, weather data, yeah? And I think in Austria, every component here is from Fronius, yeah, company, yeah. From Fronius, you get live data, yeah, in the system if you're allowed to, yeah. And yeah, this here, yeah, this is the most missing link, the communication with the customer. You cannot, if you are here, yeah, in a near real-time system, the smart meter in Austria, every smart meter in Austria will get an adapter, can get an adapter, yeah, you can get out the real-time data of the smart meter for the customer, And this here, the energy provider needs this, yeah, and communication with the customer cannot be by email or fax or post. That's not possible. Yeah, here there have to be short decisions. Yeah, there's too much energy. What? Maybe you can switch on the charging station. This is then really a living system. Yeah, and this is the missing link. So to summarize, the renewable energy community is a good basis. Yeah, there is a market role. Yeah, no one maybe will focus on. For example, for communities, they have to do Energiebuchhaltung. And if they have different meters in different DSO areas, it's hard to get the data for that. This role can do that. So maybe you think it over, and I'm happy for discussion. Sorry for talking too long.
No worries, Martin. Thank you very much. It was a very passionate presentation of the renewable energy communities. I just, in the interest of time, I'd just like to ask you a couple of very short questions. At the moment, how many renewable energy communities are there in Austria?
In Austria, I don't only know in our system. Yeah, Austria. Sorry, I don't know. Within our system, renewable energy communities about 30. Yeah, 30, okay. But there are more than 20 allocated by one company. What we have is the normal communities, yeah, which are located for one building. Yeah, there we have about 50 to 60 in the system. Yeah, but still not that much. Yeah, because also everyone is being afraid of entering this new market rule. Yeah,
absolutely.
There we have.
Is the regulation in place for this?
It's working perfectly. Okay. It really the regulation is better, yeah, than it will be for the 1st of December, where we have the Stromkostenbremse, yeah, where no one told us how we should program that. Yeah, so this is a perfect example how to set up a project. There is a consultation phase. Yeah, everyone can put the input. It's maybe half a year or a year before it's published. Yeah, it's really software as you learn on university. It's really the regulator did a good job from my point of view.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Martin.
Yeah.
And here's a little present from us. From Exa and Montel. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. So talking about renewable energy communities, we will move on to batteries and how to integrate them into wholesale markets, especially at a time of very, very volatile intraday markets. So to talk us through the relevance of batteries is Jürgen Meyerhofer, CEO and co-founder of Inspired. Please, Jürgen.
Thank you.
All yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. We at Inspired are a trading company, a very special trading company. We're fully digital, so we're a trading company without any traders. So our company consists, we calculated it some weeks ago, 64%-ish of data scientists, cloud architects, software engineers, former traders who build models. And our core business is asset optimization. So we initially started with pump storages, going on to thermal plants, gas turbines, CHPs. We manage more than 500 megawatts of renewables, will be a gigawatt soon. And most recently, since like 1.5 years, battery storage. And that's what I want to talk about, because battery storage is the topic everybody asks us. And I want to give a real-life example what changed over the last 12 months. So why is battery storage that important, and why everybody wants to build one? And when I say everybody, I'm pretty sure that in every of your companies, somebody deals with the topic of batteries, be it C&I scale, be it residential, be it co-located with PV, with wind, be it standalone in front of the meter. All colors, forms, and shapes from 2 megawatts to 100. And the reason is very simple. This is the study from IEA showing the demand in gigawatts that we will need to accomplish net zero, which is more than 900 gigawatts. And you see here the numbers below in brackets from 2020, which is 17. So there is quite some work to be done in the next years. And what we see at the moment is like we mostly are active, even that we're Austrians in Germany, because it's a bigger market. Only from the people that we speak to, it will be like a gigawatt or more battery capacity of large-scale batteries coming into the market in the next 12 to 18 months in all different sizes. So there is a lot of activity, and we don't know any customer who doesn't have a project or wants to build at least one battery. So the thing now with batteries is in markets like Austria and Germany, the primary revenue stream for batteries was ancillary services, namely FCR, former primary reserve before harmonization. And there is also other ancillary services markets like AFRR, former secondary reserve, and MRR, so minute reserve. What we see at the moment is that most batteries, and with most I mean 90%, are purely marketed in FCR, which was totally fine until the energy crisis kicked in and volatility on short-term markets. FCR has the specific requirements that it has to be symmetrical, so it's always up and down in megawatt steps. So it's not very granular in that sense, so you cannot participate easily with small batteries, you have to aggregate them. And especially for the German market, the requirement from the TSO is pretty stable around like 600 megawatts. So if you connect it with what I just said some minutes ago, stable requirement of 600 megawatts, and since years we're at that level, so it's not that additional renewables would introduce volatility in terms of frequency, that we would need more FCR, combined with the fact that there will be hundreds and hundreds or a gigawatt and more batteries being built. This will do something with the market price-wise. So price setters, for the ones who don't know it, in FCR is typically not a battery. There is batteries being bid with zero. It's a pay-as-cleared market, so everybody gets the same price. Typically thermal plants, gas-fired plants at a certain load point deliver FCR, but also what a lot of people don't know is, for example, nuclear reactors. Can do that, not for the full megawatts that have, and they are the price-setting power plants, and they are going to be phased out, right? If we want to go net zero, so there will be certainly pressure on the FCR market. So if you have a battery, it does not look too good that you do the same revenue as now in the next 2 years. So some of the people or some of the players already consider going into AFRR. AFRR has changed in June this year with the harmonization via Picasso, so you can bid capacity and energy and 50-minute granularity, at least for the energy. So what we see in the market, not too many players adapted to this new way of marketing flexibility to TSOs. But we assume that in the next 1.5 to 2 years, this will play a bigger role once FCR is going down, because FCR is actually really easy to handle operationally. You put the frequency control on your battery, it measures grid frequency, and the battery is doing whatever it should do. right? Whatever you offer to the TSO. For AFRR, it's different. You have to actively manage. You have to bid. It's a pay-as-bid market. So depending on the prices you bid, you know it from other plants. It's the same for batteries. You may increase your execution probability or not, etc. And also from SOC management of a battery, it's different because, of course, you have to prepare the SOC like you would do with the load point of a power plant to a certain level so that you can offer what you expected for the delivery period. MFRR, I don't think that the value is high enough for a super fast battery. Just we don't see it. And the other big thing where we actually come from, wholesales optimization. When we say wholesales, it's typically spot markets, so the ahead auction, intraday auction, wherever applicable, and continuous intraday markets. In the markets where you don't have a liquid intraday auction, like in Austria, of course, it's spot plus continuous. Or we also have a first customer in Finland. You don't have yet the 15-minute products, so it's spot plus continuous hourly products. But the principle is the same. And the beauty of this market is that you don't commit something to a TSO, for example. So it allows us, first of all, to move very easily between the markets. So 1.5, 2 years ago, the discussion was, it was an either-or discussion. Is FCR better or is wholesales better? I will show you that the combination is the best, at least at the moment. But there is other cases like we work on a virtual battery based on CNI scale batteries, and they're, for some examples, only available at certain times. So we have customers where we get them handed over Friday night until Monday morning, and we have to deliver them Monday morning at a certain state of charge because they need it for peak shaving, for example, when they ramp up their production. This is something super easy. So they can give us the battery at 7 p.m. and 15 minutes. You cannot do with FCR. You have to go through the pre-qualification. You have to do that for every single battery, the pre-qualification, which makes sense because the TSO has to know that you're capable of delivering that service. For wholesales, this is gone. So the entry barrier is way lower. You can change your mind whenever you want. FCR is real time. Trading is always for the future. So we have to end 5 minutes before physical delivery. So we always dispatch the future, and if the battery is not available, something happens, we trade back the position. Maybe we lose some money, but nothing is happening, right? You don't violate any rules or regulations or whatsoever. So, and that changed since October last year. Volatility gone so high, so we at the moment, depending on the battery configuration, outperform FCR by 80%, 90% on pure wholesales trading. But it comes at a cost, and I will show you immediately. I already said that. So most players are pure FCR, not even combined in some smart way. So this is the price trend. Unfortunately, we have the last months in there. So in general, ancillary service levels are high, and you can make good money with it. But we typically should not look to the last 6 or 12 months. The general trend in ancillary services, especially FCR, was over years going down. So even if you want to build a new battery and need financing, and you go to your bank, and they know this graph, they will say, okay, how will this story continue, right? How would you pay back my revenues for the next 8 years? You may find somebody that guarantees you a floor or a fixed revenue, but a pure bet on one market, like it has been over the last 5 years, is not the smartest idea anymore. There is not only the price risk when you're exposed to one market, the other is also it affects layout of your system. So if you wanted to be very cost effective to deliver FCR, you would build like half an hour storage-ish. 10 megawatt, at least in Germany, 10 megawatt, 5 megawatt hours, or at least a 1C configuration for the Austrian regulation. If you want to trade wholesales or have an asset co-located, you rather want to go for a 2-hour storage. So 10 megawatt, 20 megawatt hours, or 50, 100 megawatt hours. So planning for the markets you want to trade in affects actually how you size your asset. And once you have sized it wrong, and we have unfortunately also request in that space that somebody shows up with a half-hour storage and says, I built it for FCR, and can you do wholesales? And we say, yeah, we can do wholesales. But actually, it's not way more valuable than FCR. It's just, I would call it revenue diversification, but it's not increasing the P&L you get out of it. So what we see, all new batteries being built, no matter if by utilities, asset developers, we have companies that have pension funds in their back and see batteries as a financial asset. So they are not interested in ancillary services, balancing responsibility, whatever. They are just interested in the asset and the money it can bring. The question now is, how do we size it to cover all use cases in the future? And in the future typically means 8 to 10 years, right? And that's a different story than a year ago. If you have one revenue stream regulated, that determines the size you need for your asset. And suddenly you're exposed to maybe in 2 years AFRR. What should I do? Maybe I want to use it to active balance my grid. So it has to be certain features like, for example, you have average expected megawatts, so average value over delivery period, so that the battery can steer against imbalances or forecast deviations. So there is a lot of stuff going on in that field over the last half a year, I would say. But revenue diversification is the most asked for feature. I brought one example. It's not exactly a custom example, but it's it pretty well shows the concept of the steps of optimization. So we have a 10 megawatt, 12 megawatt hour battery. That's a typically 1C configuration that you would see in the market. It's not exactly 1C, but typically you have this dead bands. So you have areas that you're not allowed to use because it harms the battery if you really fully charge it or charge it to zero SOC. And you have here the capacity in megawatts, so the power. And depending on the countries or the country's regulation, you're either used to allow the full capacity. In Germany, it's like that you have to keep 25% of spare capacity for SOC management, so recharging the battery so that it can deliver again FCR or whatever you bid in. So in this example, in Germany, the setup would be like 8 megawatts, you get pre-qualified, and from this 8 megawatt, 25%, which is 2 megawatt you have to spare for SOC management. And the ratio in Germany for each megawatt FCR is around, you need around, or maximum 0.8 megawatt hours of SOC. So this leaves you with some spare capacity in this setup. That's why for cost effectiveness, different batteries were being built in the past. So we have this SOC for FCR, something for SOC management, and then something depending on the battery dimensioning left. That is basically underutilized. And we see a lot of batteries that are configured like this. We call this light diversification. So what you can do, or what typically happens, that you use the intraday market to recharge your battery, especially if it's a bigger one. So you actively trade your SOC in a certain range. And what you can do is you can buy an SOC management with wholesale optimization. And now it's getting really cool, even if this is a simple step. So you don't touch your FCR marketing. You do the same like before. But what you have is actually a 2.5-ish hour storage for intraday. So you have the remaining 2 megawatts left, plus like 4 point whatever megawatt hours, which is a nice 2-hour storage. And this makes you, in Germany, like 20 to 30% more P&L compared to the pure FCR marketing. And the next step is you can change your mind basically in every 4-hour block, but the reality shows that it's the easiest way to start to change the ratio between how much megawatts you bid into FCR and what you keep for wholesales, that you change it on a daily basis. So you have a prediction for FCR prices and a prediction for wholesales volatility, and then you bid accordingly into that markets. Of course, in the future, if you, or we expect to also trade AFRR, you have to split the SOC into different SOC ranges, so it's get a little bit trickier with SOC management. If you have more, and if we talk CNI scale and smaller, you may reserve some SOC for peak shaving use cases or for frequency stabilization for a microgrid, etc. So that's a pretty interesting topic, and actually very at the beginning, not on slides, but in real world, there is not too much out there. I brought one example that you see the impact of a combined marketing. So the left axis is the 8 megawatts pre-qualified. So that's the maximum you can bid into FCR, because that's what the TSO allows you to. So you see, we analyzed 2.5 years. So it's not a perfect foresight academic thing. It's our production thing, our production model executed for the past. So FCR is easy. It's megawatts multiplied by price. So you can do that in a spreadsheet. There is no magic behind it. You would have made around 2 million euros plain with your battery. And the top corner, or the top line would be you keep the 8 megawatts, and if you go to the right, you also utilize the 2 megawatts for wholesales optimization. And you can do the wholesales optimization, and that's one feature of wholesales. You can specify exactly how much you want to utilize your battery. So on the x-axis, we have the number of cycles from 0.5 to 3. Typically, we're not allowed to do more than 2 per day. People rather feel comfortable. It's less. FCR has an average 0.8-ish, 0.9, but typically below 1 cycle per day, which is very good for degradation or for the not degradation of the battery. And a good split on average that changes day by day would have been like put 6 megawatts into FCR and use the remaining 4 to trade on wholesales. With slightly around 2 cycles. So also 2 cycles is not magic, right? There was a lot of consulting studies. If you put the battery into wholesales, it will burn and it will degrade because they do 3,000 cycles per day. It's just wrong. Because what we typically do is we charge during the night, sell in the morning peak, charge during noon, sell in the evening peak. There is no 300 cycles per day. Maybe in a spreadsheet of a consultant, but in real life, there is sometimes, trust me, how often I got this thing that we destroy the battery with wholesale trading, because a consultant said it. And so there is some volatile days like Christmas where all the forecasts are wrong, no matter on demand or generation side. So it could be that we use up to 3 cycles, but our customers can just set the maximum allowed technically. And so this would have come out at around 3 million euros, which is a plus of 50%. It's the same physical asset, nothing changed, just somebody involved who takes the commercial decision, which markets to play on which day, and 50% is something really nice. And another caveat, this is 2 cycles. 2 cycles is, of course, within the range that we gave for wholesales. So if you calculate it to the whole physical asset, it would be 1 point, whatever, right? So it's also, when we say 2 cycles, it's not as bad as it looks in the first step. Typically, the asset manager is responsible for the asset. If they hear 2 cycles, they get a heart attack and don't want to do it. So this is 1 point whatever, also including FCR, you maybe land at 1.5 cycles, 1.4, 1.6, depending on the market. So it's not that bad, and it's always within the guarantee terms, right? Everything I show you is within the guarantee terms of the manufacturer. Nothing weird happening, no gray area, no crazy trading bots doing stuff that is not allowed. This is how it looks like on a monthly basis. We didn't show it on a daily basis because it's getting really messy. And what you see, or how you can interpret it, top left is pure FCR, bottom right is pure wholesales. So if the line is diagonal, they deliver the same revenue. But the thing is, FCR has, let's say, 1 cycle or below 1 cycle per day, and on the bottom right, we're at 3 cycles in wholesales. And then it would be really the full battery. Bottom right is full battery in wholesales, nothing in FCR. So you would never do that because you just degrade the battery faster than you would do in FCR. And very interesting is October. October was this peak in FCR prices, who deals with it. And then the curves getting really flat. So it doesn't make too much of a difference. What you see in any case is that the top right, of course, is more valuable because you use the not utilized SOC. So that's in any case. And what happened over the last month, the lines get more steeper. So the difference between what you can make in FCR and in combined is getting wider and wider. And on average, over 1.5 years, it was 50%. So if you look at one of the last ones, here is like slightly above 100K in a month. And if you go here to the tooth cyclists, it's 200K. And that's like 70, 80, 9% more in a combined setup. And this is what we're actually dealing with. And we think, first of all, that the big stationary batteries are just the beginning. But if you look at development charts of how batteries evolved, it's additionally then accessing C&I scale battery, it's accessing residential batteries, typically combined with PV, and EV batteries in the future. And the concept is basically always the same, just that we assume that FCR will be not in the game at all. So starting to dealing now with how to optimize storage assets in wholesales will pay off in 1, 2, 3, latest in 5 years, depending what role you have. So people around the globe are asking us how they can leverage residential batteries to provide flexibility to the market. And we've seen a problem of that in the presentation before. The setup is just too complicated, right, to unlock this flexibility. This looks like a typically Austrian solution with 300 players involved and 1,000 files to be exchanged instead of somebody just going there being allowed. The UK is doing it differently. There is the concept of the virtual lead path, and you're allowed to access heat pumps, and just the process how you inform your supplier is regulated. So the supplier doesn't have to agree if you use the flexibility behind his meter, right? And the setup that I see here is not helpful. It's a good start. It's nothing wrong with it, but I think it's missing the next 3 steps already, right? Just to avoid that players who really focus on the topic, we're doing basically the same thing, just without an energy community. We aggregate batteries from different locations. Physically, it flows wherever it flows. It's a balancing game, right? So that's a very important thing, and it allows a lot of battery use cases that we need to get the energy transition done. This combined marketing helps players from all over the world to place their batteries in Europe. Thank you. Any questions?
Excellent, Jürgen, excellent. Just a first question really about the technology. Is the physical size of the batteries getting smaller and the capacity is getting larger? Can you say something about that?
What we see is actually the opposite. The battery is getting bigger. Mm-hmm. So we really talk to companies from, I think I haven't heard smaller than 10 megawatts. I had discussions about 100 megawatts.
Wow.
Last week, and some of you may be aware, Fluence just built the first grid booster, 250 megawatts in Germany, but it's not for wholesales trading, it's really for grid applications. So it's rather getting bigger. One of the reasons is high voltage grid connection, which is different. So depending on the size, you're either medium or low voltage grid. And that's also a problem of the setup depending on, I mean, if you're in Germany, there is more than 500 DSOs. And sometimes they are family offices more like, right? And you call them and say you want to build a battery somewhere, and they're not nicely structured like Amprion or Tenet or 50 Hertz or APG, etc. So we see bigger. The other thing we see is like C&I scale and residential batteries. They're basically sold out. So try to get a battery that's 250 kilowatt hours. If you're lucky and you know somebody, you may get it by end of next year. If not, you wait longer. So it's really that's a good thing about the current price scenario, that everybody really goes for PV plus battery because it's a commercial incentive to save costs. And then you have all these batteries sitting somewhere around, and it's really tough to access them, right? Because the supplier is sitting on them and they're not innovative enough.
And in combination maybe with the EV batteries as well. I mean, that's another factor here.
That's something we also do. We do it in the smart charging space, but actually with the idea of vehicle to grid, because what I have shown you, of course, you can do with aggregated batteries. It doesn't matter if it's C&I scale, if it's residential, or if it's 100 Tesla batteries. It's the same concept of commercializing them.
You showed the price graph earlier, Jürgen, which is obviously the downward trajectory there.
Yeah.
But in the last sort of year, or certainly in the last sort of 9 months, we've seen very, very high prices, very volatile prices. What does this do in terms of people's interest in the battery space? Is this sort of providing an incentive, an increased incentive to come into there and build or be active in this space?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I've never experienced that in 20 years of working. That, for example, at eWorld, we had 120 meetings, and I think 110 were about batteries. I want to build the batteries, the first one to test. We are contacted by players from the US, from Asia. They want to place batteries, typically in Germany, UK, Netherlands, or Belgium. That are the hot markets for standalone in front of the meter batteries. And yeah, high prices enable it, and I think that's how the market should behave, right? You get a high price signal, and you build flexibility to take care of the volatility, and there will be the point in time, hopefully not in the next 10 years, the point in time where there's enough flexibility and all the spreads go lower, and then we'll continue building renewables that will widen the spreads, simple as that. So yeah, we see a lot, and more as a lot.
That doesn't surprise me, no. But any questions from the floor? Yeah, okay. Please state your name and organization. Go ahead.
I'm Daniel from SSW. Don't you think in the wholesale market, the ramping problem coming from the quarter hours is enough to finance any battery within the next years? Because honestly, the more PV we're going to get, the bigger is the ramping problem. Yeah. Therefore, you should have also with the FCR batteries the opportunity to optimize the short ramp versus the long ramp.
What do you mean by short versus long ramp?
So when you have the hourly production, you always have a short ramp and a long ramp. In the morning, the Q1 is a short ramp, where the price is always higher, rather than the Q4 ramp, where the price is lower, since you have more electricity coming from PV power plants. So that should actually finance any case in batteries within the next 10 years.
It's even better than that. So you're talking about the skewedness of the 50-minute products, where typically a renewable marketer sells the average and then has to buy back or additionally sell the quarters to shape the ramp. Maybe that would be enough at the moment. Typically, you look at 8 to 10 years, and then people say, okay, it hopefully will not stay as is. But then still a lot of players think that there will be more PV, and we see how the market goes. So even if the skewness between the quarters would be smaller in the future, you would still have the big spreads between night and morning peak, etc. And what it can do, what we've shown you, is for some cases bring payback period down from 8 to 4 years at the moment. So there's really players that saying, okay, we try to get the maximum out. We think next year gas supply will not be better. We won't have Russian gas to fill the storages. So most players think next winter will be even worse than this one. So out of that, high price scenarios will be there at least until mid of 2024. And let's get as much money as possible with my flexible asset. And if it brings down amortization for 3 years, I'm fine. Also, battery-wise, the thing is, a lot of people think that degradation is bound to some time, whatever. So if you look at the state of health, it doesn't make a difference if you consume 2 cycles today and 0 tomorrow, if you consume 1 today and 1 tomorrow, right? So that's also, from a technical point of view, totally makes sense to do, for example, more cycles in a volatile time in winter and do less in summer, etc. So out of this commercial optimization, there is a lot of operational aspects you can also incorporate. So, but yes, I hopefully agree.
So there's a question here as well.
Daniel Katzmann, ÖBB. So a short question regarding the e-mobility sector, which is a big sector, obviously, for the future. Is there, from an operative point of view, an exact procedure regarding the batteries in electrical vehicles, regarding this possible transponder to this low, in the best case, prices?
I would say the e-mobility sector is somehow like the energy communities, a little bit of a mess with 1,000 roles, and it's not really clear. But don't go into the detail, right? There is OEMs trying to get into the market, players who operate the charge points, utilities, combinations of those, etc. So for us, EVs, as long as we have the data, for example, we work on a UK project at the moment in a in a two-digit megawatt range. You can apply basically what you do for a battery storage also for charging EVs. So determining the charging time. There is also players where we get the SOC, where we get an expected finish time, a planned SOC, how much cars are connected, disconnected, etc. So it's basically like a one-sided battery that you can use. It just has totally different constraints. So typically, if you not talk vehicle to grid, it's like you're never allowed to shut off an EV because you cannot remotely start it from a charging point, for example. So in Austria, we did a POC and we saved like 20 to 30%-ish of energy costs. In Germany, with the volatility, it can be up to 40%. And then the topic is we're involved in some vehicle-to-grid discussions, I would say. It's not a real project yet. But then we will have this topic of degradation and cycles of the battery. And I drive an EV since 6 years. I would even, I don't know what's happening. I would not give it to a third party if it's not inspired, right? To use my battery. So a lot of the players going into leasing models for that, so that you don't have the problem with arguing with the owner if you're allowed to take a battery. That's actually what also the PV and battery players do, right? They rent out the stuff to you and you can buy it after 10 years, which allows them, this is not only good for the customer, but oftentimes it gives them the freedom to do with the assets what they want, to decide, do I go in direct marketing or not? Or do I market the battery? Do I optimize own consumption first and then take the residual flexibility? So did that answer the question? Okay.
And then we had a question over here.
Hi, Gregorio from APG. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question. I think you hinted a little bit during your presentation then. Of course, clearly when you have a customer or a market player that have different assets, of course you can exploit some fleet effects and have a more like aggregated bidding or optimization strategy. I was curious to know whether, from your experience, there would be willingness from different players to let you optimize different assets of different players more with an aggregated strategy, whether it's a thing and whether the current regulatory framework would even allow for that.
Okay, there is, the first answer is short. No, it's not a thing, and for a specific reason. There is a lot of netting and portfolio effect in auctions, and the reason is because you get the same price at the same point in time. Right? You could net. So if one customer wants to go long, one wants to go short, you just net the position, save the fees on the exchange, which is actually very low in the day-ahead auction. What we have here is a lot of the value comes from continuous trading, so rebalancing the position all the time, like more than half of the value typically. And that's a timing issue. So we have customers, for example, with negative flexibility, with positive flexibility, with storages, with renewables. And if our models say the prices will most probably go up in 2 hours, we want to ramp down one if it's in the money now, and we want to wait for the other assets and split the positions, sell half of it now, or however the strategy is, right? So we see in continuous markets that this doesn't work because it's a timing issue. The only way you could treat, or we could treat all our customers the same would be if they have positive flexibility, a similar marginal price, for example, but then there would not be a pooling effect, right? It would just be a bigger position in the same direction. So that was the one. And the second one was? If the regulatory framework would allow for it, but I guess... don't get me started on this one. It's so annoying. It allows it as long as the supplier is the same. So especially when if it's in front of me, that doesn't matter, right? And I just argued why we don't have a pooling effect of a thermal plant of customer A and the battery of customer B, right? Use cases are different, marginal prices. Here, CHPs is different. And the other thing is for behind the meter, that's extremely relevant. And the problem is, now let's say we have 5 customers with 5 batteries behind the meter. And in the best case, they have one supplier and we have an agreement with that supplier to access. And now make it more complicated. They're super small. They're in the standard load profile. So we have to switch to 15-minute balancing to trade the battery. So we have to meter. So we have to have a metering setup if they don't have a smart meter, which is very often the case. You even have to change the metering setup. If they have a PV, you have to track PV separately, that you get the subsidy, and then explain the DSO that this was charged into the battery and discharged so that you pay grid fees only once. And even if you have sorted out this, the supplier has to allow that you deliver into this balancing group. Because if I buy from them, if I see in the market buy 100, sell 300, I can do the deal, right? But I get the electricity into my balancing group, and we're an intermediary as trader. So when the battery, we send the dispatch signal to the battery, charge 1 megawatt, and we have to deliver physically that megawatt. And then we say discharge 4 hours later, and we have to get it because we sold it at the exchange. And to do that, we have to have an agreement with the supplier. Now imagine that it's not 1, but it's 5. And now imagine it's 100. So the regulation that we have is dinosaur age, centralized system. There is only one supplier, metering point, they own it, and nobody else is allowed to touch the customer. And I think that's the biggest problem, and I think that also relates to this energy community problem, because for me, it seems like, without being an expert, to be honest, it's built around this dinosaur stuff. We tried to do some innovative thingy around it, just to find out that it's again super complex because it's built around this dinosaur stuff. But that's my very subjective view on it, right?
So what would your
And before I get emotional, I stop here.
So what would your wish be then, Jürgen, for the regulators? To get rid of all the dinosaur stuff, or start from scratch?
It would be super. No, I think that the markets we have, from exchange to local regulation, I think that's all fine. But it's just right. It has been stuck in the 90s-ish. So if somebody would allow and say, no matter be it the energy service provider we have seen before or be it us, you're allowed, if you have the consent from the customer, right, a production or a manufacturer, right, and they say, yeah, I want to have a third party optimizing my flexibility, and they are allowed to inform the supplier, and there is a regulated form of communicating, right, and say, hey, I will switch, and maybe the answer from the supplier is, oh, then maybe I have to change my forecasting and my balancing costs increase, whatever. But at the moment, it's really up to the discretion of the supplier to say, sorry, it's not in our contract. You don't get it. And in worst case, you have to wait 2 years until a C&I scale customer tenders the next time for a new supplier, negotiate the paragraph in that a third party is allowed to deliver to the balancing group. And we had that cases. We have some that had that in because they have own generation, so they had a paragraph that they're allowed to export and import from the balancing group, and others that don't have. And it takes us a year to discuss with the supplier. And the first answer typically is, don't work with Inspired, we can do it. Until half a year later, they say, I maybe cannot do it. And then the discussion starts, right? And then it takes another half a year. So I think you don't have to throw away the whole system. It's working fine, I think, right? It's just, it would need some tweaks here and there. But I guess a lot of people wouldn't like the tweaks.
Excellent, Jürgen. Thank you very much for a very illuminating
and
interesting presentation. Thank you. Here's a little something from us.
Thanks. Nice. Thank you.
We will stop now for a break and meet back here at 3:15. So, thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. In this last session of the day, we will focus on intervention, policy measures. In the middle of the energy crisis, prices for power and gas have soared. And understandably, this makes policymakers and politicians extremely nervous. And there have come a flurry of measures, both at the national level and at European level, to try and find ways to cope and to maybe change or trying to deal with some of these very high prices to shield consumers, both on the household and the retail or commercial industrial side. So to talk us through what's currently happening in Brussels, what the measures on the table are, both in the short term and the long term, is Ryan Alexander,
of Aurora Energy Research. So Ryan, please, the floor is yours.
Hi everyone. So my name is Ryan Alexander. I'm heading up the European Power Markets team at Aurora Energy Research. So for those of you who might not know us, we are a company whose bread and butter is fundamentals-driven long-term power market modeling. So we're active in many countries within Europe, and recently the US, have been established in Australia for a while, and that continues on. So what I would like to do today is try and make sense of what the hell is going on at the policy level within Europe, particularly at the European Commission level, and how that's playing out through European Union member states. And I can't promise anything, but I'll do my best. So I don't need to spend much time on this slide because everyone knows why we're here. But what is key is to see the massive increase in gas prices and the fact that that's flowing through to power prices. And there's, on the left-hand side, you can see that time series. You can see here just some snapshots of how that looks in terms of increase from 2018 through to 2021, through to this year to date. The thing I would say, there's a couple of things I would flag here. We've already mentioned this, other speakers have mentioned this. You know, this is not just exclusively about the reduction in supplies of gas from Russia. It's also very much a story of availability of a nuclear fleet in France, and it's also very much a story of lower reservoir levels in the Nordics in particular, but also to some degree across Europe. So when someone's, this morning, the person from the ministry here said she was exhausted, I can relate. This, I think, is why, because you can see here, we're talking about European Commission-related measures now, but this is also building on many interventions by different member states over the past 6-8 months now. And I'm not going to go through all of these, but it is pretty astounding just to see the reactiveness of different member states, some being more aggressive than others. I mean, you can see on this slide here a range of different measures, everything from the famous Iberian model in the bottom left to introduce a cap on the price of gas for power generation. You can also see some of the some of the ones that were very much in response to emergency issues in derivatives markets, such as Finland and Sweden implementing or providing liquidity guarantees to utilities to stabilize, to allow them to satisfy margin calls, given the massive increase in power prices on the market. And you can also see some of the curveballs that are in there. For example, the Romanian emergency measure implementing a 98% retrospective tax on wholesale transactions, which raised many eyebrows. So as you can tell, I'm an Australian. There's 2 Australians here today. I don't know why we're disproportionately represented in this conference, but anyway, I would describe this as a dog's breakfast, right? Because it's really astounding the range of measures that have been proposed, culminating, I wouldn't say culminating, but actually most recently, the big bazooka, I believe it was called in Germany, Chancellor Scholz's 200 billion euro fund to subsidize or provide direct support to end users at the household level, small businesses and industry, to shield them to some degree from the price increases. So, what to make of all that? Well, here is a summary of the different broad themes of how the European Commission is looking at all this. And there are 3 of these that have been implemented. I think everyone in this room is aware of the decision that was taken by European energy ministers a few weeks ago, a couple of weeks ago now, time flies, to introduce some mandatory and some voluntary provisions applying to member states to coordinate demand reductions, so a voluntary or aspirational 10% reduction in power demand, as well as a mandatory 5% reduction in peak demand, or sort of peak times as it's described, which includes a variety of things. Not so straightforward, we'll come to that. At the same time, the again, infamous now revenue cap for inframarginal technologies, the €180 a megawatt hour cap. And on the right-hand side, there's pros and cons. We'll also get into that. And then thirdly, the fossil fuel solidarity contributions tax, so windfall profit tax on oil and gas companies, basically. Now, what hasn't been done yet at the European level is some sort of harmonized approach to providing liquidity to market participants to meet those pretty massive margin calls. And finally, the one that's being discussed as we speak is the price cap, or some kind of intervention in what is the closer to the underlying root of this crisis, which is the gas market, and that price cap being whether it's on Russian pipe imports, whether it's on all gas coming into Europe, including LNG, as well as other interventions, which I'd like to spend a bit of time on. But just to say, let's deep dive into each of those. I want to spend most time on number 5 because it's being discussed as we speak, and it's not clear yet how that's going to play out. In terms of this demand-side response mechanism, or actually the 5% obligation that the Commission has imposed on member states, I think for those of us who have worked in the energy sector for a while, demand-side response is nothing new. This is a concept that's been around for a while, and I think the starting point, at least from our perspective, looking at this has been to ask, well, if you would get member states to now try and trim peak times of gas use in the power sector effectively, and you want to do that before this winter, because actually that's what's being targeted. They want to have something implemented from 1st of December this year until 31st of March next year. It's not easy to get these things up and running. I mean, we just heard from some of the speakers today about how hard it is to get the metering and settlement and other incentives and regulatory things in place to be able to get consumers to respond to peak times of high prices and charge from EVs, for example, all this sort of stuff. So I think it's fair to say that anything that member states can do to actually shave 5% off demand at peak times or times of peak gas use needs to some degree rely on existing mechanisms in place. And it might also rely on things like demand response tenders. That was mentioned by the person from the Austrian Ministry today. But these things take time to design, and it's yet to be seen how that will play out for different member states. So just seeing here, you can see, and it's a selection, it's not exhaustive, but showing the kinds of demand-side response capacities that are available in different member states through existing schemes. Now, all these don't necessarily respond to exactly what the Commission is asking for, reducing high consumption of gas in the power sector. But certainly the point that I think that you can take away from this is that there are existing measures in place, and the question is really how can they be adapted at very short notice to be able to achieve the kind of reduction the Commission is asking for. When we're talking about, in some countries, relatively sizable capacities. So to take Poland as an example, 1.5 gigawatts of capacity providing demand-side response in the capacity market. Several of these, you'll see, is actually aggregations of consumer load that have secured contracts in capacity markets, which is not something that's been discussed at the Commission level, but if you're looking for a way to reduce peak demand or variance of that quickly, then that would be a way to do it. The one interesting model here is really the EcoWatt model in France, because that is very much circumventing all that and just broadcasting signals. You get a text message when it's time to, when the operator wants to encourage you to turn appliances off or turn things down. So that's a model that, from our perspective, we think can be rolled out relatively easily, at least relative to other ways of doing it. Let's move on to the general aspirational obligation to reduce power demand. So this is the 10% aspirational target that member states have agreed upon. So it's aspirational, it doesn't have any teeth, but nevertheless, I think front and center of several discussions today has been how can we maintain security of supply in the gas market, in the power market, because demand is elastic, and this is what demonstrates that to some degree. So you can see on the inset graph, we call it it's a mix of different European markets presenting the wholesale baseload price, and you can see the massive spike in July and August. And then in the big graph and at the bottom, you can see how aggregate for the countries we found, power demand has responded to that. And what is pretty clear is that there's been some kind of response compared to an average of the past few years. during the course of this year. And then in August, it's been a pretty significant 6% reduction. So this is, from our perspective, the takeaway is pretty clear. Price signals work. The question is, what happens when you remove or you dilute that price signal? And this is very much the question of the hour. At the country level, this is looking at the same data, but looking at it by country. And it's quite interesting to see here how different countries in the EU have responded in aggregate to these price signals. So this is just a snapshot for August. And the dotted line here you can see is what the EU is targeting as a 10% reduction in power demand. What strikes you is that Netherlands has seen a massive reduction, which is driven primarily by big users of let's say a disproportionate share of industry within the country relative to other markets, meaning that power demand has really dropped off a cliff in some ways there, and this is for anyone who's Dutch or in the Dutch market is not a surprise. The kind of anecdotes regarding industrial curtailment at different facilities, etc., is pretty astounding, and this kind of validates the point. You can also see in a completely different market like Greece, where you see a substantial reduction, but that's due to some degree because you have a lot of price sensitivity of consumers to high prices, and some of those reductions have been taking place even since the end of last year. And you can contrast that again with countries where you've seen relatively little reductions in power demand, and we're talking about, for example, Denmark and Germany. And our thesis so far is that you have a lot of combined heat and power plants that are following a need to match a heat profile, which is not so elastic and responsive to prices. And so for that reason, we see less elasticity of power demand in those markets compared to other ones. And it suggests effectively that some countries need to do more than others to be able to achieve that target. But the question is actually not so much how do you achieve that target, but how do you maintain these reductions or even accelerate them, depending on how these subsidy schemes are going to be designed at member state or European level. I know I'm asking lots of questions here, because honestly, I don't think I or anyone has the answers, but these are the questions that we're trying to narrow down to help us understand what's going on. Let's move on to the inframarginal price cap, revenue cap, sorry. So you can see here the concept, which I think is familiar to most of you in the room, showing the yellow shaded part, showing the kind of minimum amount of public revenues that this measure could generate in a conceptual way, and then below that showing the maximum available revenues that power producers can retain. What we've already seen is that cap is not being applied uniformly across member states. It was never meant to be applied uniformly. The decision text is very much a product of member states lobbying and pushing to have flexibility in doing that, which is why we've seen the example of Belgium adopting or proposing to adopt at least 130 euro megawatt hour as the maximum price. Greece has already had a model like this, split by technology, for a few months, as has the Iberian market. And the couple of things I'll point out here is rather the second and third dot points on the right. Firstly, we know it's going to apply for 4 months, but in the provision of in the draft, well, now the approved regulation, what is clear is that there is a review mechanism, and depending on how this has been assessed to be functioning, it might be extended. So this introduces a whole kind of additional layer of regulatory risk into the situation. It's 4 months, but could it be 5? Could it be 10? We don't know. And the second issue that we see is, well, there's been a lot of discussion about how this affects anyone with contracted generation, anyone with a PPA, or anyone who's has any futures contracts at exchanges. And what we can observe and take from the decision is that it only applies to realized revenues. So if you can demonstrate that you are not retaining any revenues as a generator above 180 euros a megawatt hour, then you should be okay. If you've entered into a futures contract in the past couple of months and your contract is above 180 euros a megawatt hour, not so sure. I mean, it would appear that this would apply to you, and you would not be able to, according to the text of a decision, retain the revenues above that. And that is clearly not what's expected of those market participants, because they'll find themselves not in the position they expected to be. Now, what we observe also speaking to clients and looking at different markets is that There's certainly been a slowdown in the PPA market not because of this specifically, but just because of the massive volatility in prices. If you're an off-taker, why would you want to get into a contract now at such high levels, particularly when those PPAs tend to be indexed or reflect more of the futures market rather than long-term fundamentals? So why would you enter into a contract now if you can hold out and try and see if things settle down and get a better strike price if you wait? Having said that, every market has a different supply-demand balance of PPAs, and this influences it. So if you have off-takers who are just desperately trying to hedge their exposure to these massive prices at the moment, I guess where there's a will, there's a way, and there's still reasons to contract PPAs now. But the 180 euro a megawatt hour cap will effectively cap the strike price for your PPA, because why would anyone strike a PPA above that if you can't keep the revenues that you can get from that, from the renewable generators perspective? So this is going to come down into, this will depend on how each member state applies this, and that was also mentioned by the person from the Austrian Ministry earlier today. So there's going to be a lot of further discussions about how this is actually implemented on the ground. Now, let's move to the gas interventions. Here across the top, what we tried to categorize as the 5 interventions that the European Commission is considering, or the Council of Energy Ministers is considering implementing. And we've worked through, this is analysis which is fresh off the press because we've been doing it in the past few days as part of other work, trying to understand what are the pros and cons of these options, and how are these going to play out in gas markets. Now, I'll just go through them one by one, and then I want to ask everyone a question. So you can see on the first one, the first idea would be to maintain the wholesale gas market, but also cap consumer, or provide direct support to consumers through block tariffs or one-off payments or something like that, which is more like what the German government has just announced, but other countries as well. The benefit of that is that you'll definitely see lower prices for consumers, and you will also avoid, if you design block tariffs appropriately, you can make sure that you preserve some incentives to save save gas. Now we're talking about gas. But having said that, where are you going to find the money to do this? Of course, Germany could. Can anyone else? Can there be a joint issuance of debt at the EU level, like was done for the Corona recovery? Apparently it's politically uncertain. Yes, I think it was 2 days ago, I saw an article on Reuters that said that the Chancellor of Germany was in support or was open to issuance of joint debt at the EU level, and then an hour later saw a report on Bloomberg saying that the Chancellor was definitely not open to the issuance of joint debt at the European level. So there's clearly a lot going on behind the scenes. What is clear here is that it requires massive additional funds. The second idea, which is in the second column, is the price cap on wholesale markets. We think this is only going to make sense if you apply it to everything over-the-counter and exchange trading. Otherwise, everyone will just circumvent the cap by trying to sell into a different market. If you do this, you certainly will reduce the cost of gas to consumers because you're reducing the price. Having said that, if you don't set the cap in a way that allows you to be competitive globally for European buyers, then you reduce the volumes that are available, and you trip into a security of supply situation. This was also mentioned by one of the colleagues earlier this morning. And the bigger issue, I think, politically there is that if you don't have a price signal and you have a cap on gas and scarce volumes, how do you allocate that? And that is a politically charged question, which to some degree would need to be resolved at the European level for this to work, which probably explains a little bit the reluctance of some member states to go ahead with that. The third one is the LNG-based index, the idea that TTF as an index is no longer representative for the whole of Europe, and countries like Spain or any countries with spare import capacity for LNG would be very happy to see a delinking of that, because you don't end up having your price set by what is happening over in Netherlands and Germany, where you have consumers trying to outbid each other to get scarce supplies. Now, the attractiveness of that is it could be developed relatively quickly, one might say, and you don't have to actually reach into your pockets to fund this, because you're just changing or trying to regulate differently how the market operates. Having said that, if you develop this, the question is who's going to use it, because traders use TTF for a reason, so it would require some kind of legal obligation or compelling market participants to use that, which sounds pretty heavy-handed. And you would also need to make sure that you have well, actually, I go back one step. The issue we see with that is that if you purchase cargoes of LNG using an LNG index, but you still need to get it onshore through a regas terminal and into the European market, then you will still at some point have the price signal that you have a lot of demand and buyers for gas having to outcompete each other for scarce volumes of LNG. So it's questionable from our perspective whether or not that index will end up actually reducing prices the way that it's perceived to be doing. But I'm also welcome to be challenged on that because I see there's a bunch of gas traders in the room from the participants list, so I would be very happy to hear from you. The fourth one is the single buyer option, which you might have seen in the headlines in the past 24 hours, has emerged as kind of I don't know if it's a preferred option, but it's one they're certainly going to progress developing. It makes sense in principle that if you centralize purchasing power before the storage filling season next year, you can potentially secure cargoes of LNG at a lower price than if you have different buyers doing it separately. And I think that the attractiveness of this option is potentially more, if you think about it, just in terms of filling storages before the next season. I'll explain why in a sec. It also means there's no fiscal burden associated with that, apart from probably having to collateralize this entity, which is, I say it like a bit of a throwaway comment. That's clearly a big deal, but having said that, it at least doesn't have the same kind of fiscal implications as the first option. Having said that, it'll take a while to set up. It sounds terribly complicated to set up administratively. How does the governance of that work? Because it's a political entity, and it will need to be able to manage how that process for bidding for the cargoes works, as well as the process for administering the volumes it receives to buyers in Europe. And if you don't get one side of that equation right, either you don't get enough cargoes or you have problems allocating it to buyers, because in the absence of a price signal, that's what you would do. Which is why this might make sense if you're looking at this option just for filling the storages, but maybe not in withdrawal season. Now, we're still working through the implications of this, but also one thing I would add to what's on the screen is that you still end up at some point having a bunch of buyers competing for those volumes, and so you still end up in a situation where you have effectively demand destruction within Europe, buyers competing, setting the price to get those volumes out of storage. So we don't, again, necessarily see that's going to be as effective as everyone thinks it is, but this also depends a lot on design questions. Finally, the Iberian model, which I mentioned before. It reduces power prices, which is great. It doesn't reduce gas prices, which we understood to be the point of this discussion. And you can implement it relatively quickly. The Spain and Portugal did. Having said that, as I mentioned, only affects the cost of gas for power consumption. And you have well, I think British consumers will be quite happy because they'll be getting the benefit of a lot of cheap, subsidised gas-fired generation in continental Europe flowing towards the UK. And also potentially, depending on how the price is set, you might see German exports of power to Poland increasing because you end up setting the price in a way that that reduces gas-fired power to below the marginal cost of coal in the Polish grid. So you use less coal in the Polish grid and you use more gas and export it to Poland, which is a bit what we saw happening in Iberia and the whole export-import dynamic with France. So, if you were the European Commission, I'm just going to do a poll, and I'm really keen to see the results. You can see where I'm going with this. So, hands up for option 1. Okay, just this side of the room, which is interesting. No one on this side of the room. I don't know why, but okay. Option 1, good. Number 2, the price cap on wholesale markets. No one dares to put up their hand, okay. Number 3, the LNG-based index to complement the TTF. I saw half it, yeah, 1, 2 hands, yep, okay. Number 4, single buyer model. More hands, yep. And number 5, the Iberian model. Did anyone, and hands up who didn't put up their hand. Okay, well, this I think goes to show why the political discussion is taking as long as it's taking, because I think the conclusion from our side so far is that none of his options are very good. And then it leaves you in asking the question, what to do. And I think the one takeaway we would have, and I'm going to wrap up just after the next slide, is to say, at the beginning of this year, we did the first analysis and we said, so much depends on demand reductions. If you maxed out your supply side levers, what can you do? You just have to reduce demand. I mean, it's a scarcity of gas. And so that is where I think, is there a question? Yep. Can I maybe finish up and then I'll come back to you on that. But just to say that it just shows that the more we've seen focus on demand reductions in terms of gas. I would expect to see more focus on demand reductions in gas and power, but the subsidy discussion is really clouding that, and this dynamic is going to be, it's incredibly hard to even analyze because the announcements come faster than we can do the analysis, but watch this space. And to finish off, I just want to cast us back to the result, sorry, actually I have one more interesting slide, but I'll just do it very quickly because if you would implement a European-wide gas price cap, which no one in this room wants to do, but just for a nice theoretical challenge, you can see that depending on the gas price cap that you have, which is, you can see 60, 50, 40, 30 euros a megawatt hour. This is German, for example, baseload power prices for this coming winter. You could reduce power prices by up to half. And what's interesting, which is up, at least half actually, because our fundamentals forecast doesn't reflect the kind of scarcity pricing you see in the market right now. Futures are not 250, they're higher than that. They're in the 300s at the moment, from last time I checked. But what you can see is interesting is that you don't get back to the pre-war forecast, very much because of the Nordic hydro situation, because of the nuclear fleet availability in France. So, it's really a perfect storm, I guess we could say this year, is the takeaway from this. And now I come to the last point, which is I want to cast our minds back a few months to the recommendations of the European Energy Regulator Cooperation Group. And this is I think it's almost pre-war, it just came out just after the war. But it's interesting to look at the recommendations and see how they compare to what's being discussed at the moment, because they're things like increasing the flexibility of the system, improving PPA market access, cross-border flows, improving hedging, trying to develop the grid at pace. I mean, and these are all, they're all like common sense things, and they're all, I think, the product of a world that's totally changed, because because nowhere on this screen do you see any of the measures that were being discussed that I've just presented earlier. So I think it's fair to say when it comes to market reforms from here on in, it really is anyone's guess. I mean, these discussions are ongoing. And what's, I guess, the concern, I think some of you would share it from our perspective at Aurora, the same thing, is that price signals are what's incentivizing batteries to get built out, incentivizing renewables to get built out and strike PPAs, and messing with the price signals is going to have unintended consequences, but also unforeseen ones, because we are in this new world, which sounds a bit doom and gloom. I didn't want to end on a doom and gloom note, but I think it's just to try and summarize and capture where we see ourselves at the moment. And with that, I'll bring it to a close. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Maybe not so much doom and gloom, maybe more of a warning, hands off these markets, or kind of, or be wary of the results or consequences of what you could impose here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Ryan, before we go to the question here at the front, I'd like to just ask you, Leon mentioned earlier, okay, winter's going to be tough, but next winter, the winter 23-24, is going to be even tougher. What kind of would these measures? Which ones of these measures would we likely to see next autumn, or in the discussion, or will the discussion be at a completely different level? Do you think?
Which measure would we like to see, or are we going to see?
We're going to see, I think. Obviously, you'd like to see none of these measures, but what's more likely to happen in the next year? Come next spring, summer, when the storage is low and this prospect for filling them is also not great.
So, I mean, look, this central buyer option, it's actually already there. The platform is there, but it's voluntary, so it hasn't achieved any kind of critical mass. And certainly, if they try and make that anywhere close to compulsory, then that's going to be a feature of next year, going into the filling season. the way that the discussion's going now, I mean, yes, there are 5 horses in that race, so to speak. I think what we'll see is that there's many member states have already implemented support packages for consumers. I think it's and the way it's going, unless there is this kind of joint European-wide response, which is like what everyone's at least at the European level striving for, but is also not reflective of member state politics. I think it suggests that it's going to be quite a heterogeneous picture. We'll see some markets where you have price direct support to consumers, which is going to offset the price signal at the moment and push up demand, which is not what we want to see. You'll have other markets where you'll have prices continuing to stay high, and you'll have all the socioeconomic impacts that are going to flow on from that. And so I guess the answer is it's really going to come down to, I think, that level, because I was personally surprised to see that the Commission adopted the inframarginal revenue cap. And I would say, but even then you can see it's not harmonized. It reflects very much individual state dynamics, and I think we're just going to see that continue.
Okay, thank you. Question at the front here. I can.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Maciej Koiro, and I'm a power trader, and we are wondering about the demand destruction potential. And I would like to ask you about how do you see the potential for demand destruction for gas in the short term, but also in the long term. I mean at least like 3 years upfront, and in general, maybe I ask about any numbers if you calculate it, but you don't have to reply if you don't want. But if not about the numbers, how you see the future of industry in Europe, especially like gas dependent industry.
Sure. I mean, I guess I think it's clear from anyone working in policy within any European government at whatever level that keeping people employed, keeping people in jobs, keeping industry functioning is top priority. So having said that, we've already seen, I mentioned, many reports of industry curtailing, and I didn't have a slide in this deck, but we did map out for a client what is effectively the demand destruction curve. So at what point do you see certain industries turning off? And it's a bit dependent on we did it based on looking at their contribution to GDP, basically. And so you would expect that if prices go up to a certain point where it exceeds the industry's contribution to GDP, this is a bit more economics perspective, then you can assume that they'll stop, they'll curtail their operations, because at some point it's become not cost effective for them to continue. And that curve, I don't have it here, but just to try and illustrate what that looks like. I mean, we already can see that it's the companies and the sectors which are heavily dependent on gas, which are the ones getting hit first, and also the ones that are least competitive, like ammonia production, the ones that are coming off stream first. So I think, and after that, then you start to see steel making, you start to see the glass production, for example, and you sort of start to go up the curve of demand destruction. So I would say, the thing is, looking at the prices, it's very hard in the short term to look at how prices are going to form, because so much is now policy driven. I think before policy discussions, I mean, Aurora is a modeling company, so I think we're pretty good at it, but if you apply different policy assumptions, you get wildly different results. And so there's a lot of uncertainty there, which is a bit hard to, sorry, yeah, go on. I would say when anyone pays us to do the scenarios, then we'll do them, by the way.
For example, can you imagine calculating value at risk for glass industry, for chemical industry, that they will have to take into account for example, right?
Yeah,
not only in trading, but everyone will have to calculate the possible shocks in commodities, right?
Absolutely, and since we see that playing out at the moment, we know industrial gas demand across Europe is off by 15%, give or take. I don't know who's got the latest estimate, but so we see the demand destruction playing out, and it's those calculations which individual firms have, which we need at the sort of macro level to understand what is the merit order for demand destruction. So.
Perfect, Ryan. I'll take one question and then, or two questions, and then we'll save some of the questions for the panel discussion.
Yes, thank you. So for the next period, it seems that energy markets will be turning around this marginal revenue cap of 180 euros. And the question would be, what fundamentals do support this price cap was 180 euros, or in simple terms, why not 170 euros or 190 euros?
Sure. So I think I believe the UK just came out and they've announced that they will also go ahead with a inframarginal, or they're proposing to do an inframarginal revenue cap on generators. And you see a lot more concern about it, or you hear a lot more concern about it, not because the design is different conceptually, but because they chose, I think it's £70 a megawatt hour or something like that. And that's really the problem. I mean, 180 from what we can see is very much a number plucked out of a year. In the first draft, it was 200. Then in the final draft, it was 180. What are the fundamentals that support that? Well, if you apply it, let me go back to can I go back? Yeah. If you apply it below anywhere close to what lignite is selling at now, then you risk pushing lignite out of the market, which is a terrible thing to do because we need it. If you go anywhere drastically lower than that, close to a nuclear long run marginal cost, then you will also push them out. So that the risk lowers in terms of security supply the further up the curve you go. So I think it's safe to say 180 is a safe number. And so long as you don't touch hard coal, which typically tends to be higher in the merit order, then the idea from our understanding of it is that you mitigate the security of supply risks. You don't price anyone out of the market. And yeah, basically that.
Thank you. Question from...
It's also because I think they wanted to avoid too much of a pushback from everyone who's going to get hit by the cap, and if you're a renewables generator, 180 euros a megawatt hour is pretty bloody good. So, I don't think anyone's going to complain too badly about that, unless they had a PPA, in which case they were not going to see that anyway.
Just one quick question. Do you think there's a realistic chance that we rally enough support for one of the 5 options that you put on the table? I mean, there are 5 very different options, and probably they have support and a lot of people not agreeing with it. So is there any realistic chance that we actually come up with a solution, or are we just going to stay in this stalemate basically forever?
I mean, I'm not a political scientist, right? But I'm just a humble engineer. But I think what we saw in the power market discussions at European level is that there is a willingness and a need to do something, or at least, if you're being cynical, be seen to be doing something. And so so it's fair to say, given the amount of pressure on the Commission and member states, that there will be some kind of decision taken in terms of gas market interventions. I think that's clear, but the question is indeed which one. What we can see from the previous discussion on power markets is that it's not a decision, but it's a unified approach. It has carve-outs to allow member states to some degree do what they want. So I think it's fair to say, absent some kind of pretty substantial political intervention, that we'll see something similar play out with the interventions, which means that you have a measure that appeals to everyone and allows everyone to do something, but is not so untenable that no one wants to agree to it.
Excellent, Ryan. I think we'll save the questions for the... Okay, one question. Go on then, Jürgen. Go on.
No, I just want to comment because you said 180 euros per megawatt is bloody good for renewables. Has there been at any point in time a discussion about profits instead of revenues? Because in most markets it works like this, that with revenues also balancing costs scale linear-ish, sometimes even more. So higher prices would mean now for, let's say the prices jump to 600, which means I'm pretty sure that balancing costs would exceed that cap. So was there any discussion about profits? Why is it revenue? Because
Sure.
revenue is typically the easy one without thinking too much, right?
So from our perspective, so we did some work with a German think tank a week and a half ago, and our proposal was a profit-based tax, because that way you don't interfere with the operation of the wholesale market, and it also will leak like a sieve, as all profit tax do, because you'll find a way to, do some creative accounting and maybe get out of it, but at least, you avoid those distortions. I think when it comes to balancing costs in the Commission decision, it's up to member states whether or not they want to include balancing costs within the cap or not, which indeed means that if you exclude them from the cap, which is probably from a system perspective a good thing, so you preserve incentives to provide balancing capacity, then indeed, you get hit with, you have lower revenues for your wholesale, but you have higher balancing costs, and you are out of pocket. So indeed, it's not as straightforward as just that.
Excellent, Ryan. We'll save any more questions for the panel discussion, but
Sure.
here's a little something from us, from EXA and Montel. So,
Cool. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Ryan.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. So sticking with market intervention, one of the major aspects of the wholesale market that has come in for criticism is the marginal pricing model. And to talk us through that is Karina Knaus, who's Head of Economy, Consumers and Prices at the Austrian Energy Agency. So looking forward to hearing your views on this, Karina, and how that fits in with the previous speaker. So the floor is yours, Karina. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was already joking in the break, who gave me this question? Thank you. So from an economics or economist perspective, you could say, why are we asking this question? We have a daily auction that maximizes social welfare, European-wide. So that you'd say, textbook economics, problem solved. But of course, we know what happened. This happened. And I don't know how many times have you seen this figure today? 5, 6 times. So yeah, price developments in electricity and energy markets have been like never before, basically. I remember 10 years ago or something, or 15 years ago, I was given the task of writing weekly briefings on electricity and wholesale market developments. And to be honest, at times I was sitting there thinking, God, what could I write? What could be the headline? Like, oh, the long end of the curve moved up by 10 cents, Exciting. We are in a different world, yeah? And this obviously has knock-on effects on our entire economy. So I think it is a legitimate question to talk about, is the current model actually still fit for purpose? And then I thought about it, I was like, what is actually the merit order? What do we mean by it? And I think we do tend to mix up different kinds of concepts here. So typically, we say we have a given day, we have a given hour, you have your demand, nicely plotted, straight line and elastic, you have your marginal costs, and then we just fill it up. Thanks for all the traders here for doing it so nicely, all in the order. And wherever demand hits supply, this is the price we set, and everyone gets the same price, uniform pricing. But of course, this is not actually what it looks like. We don't have technology bids. We have combined heat and power in there somewhere. We have continuous trading. We don't just have day-ahead markets, obviously. So I think we need to communicate more clearly, sort of outside this room maybe, that the merit order is a model. It does not depict reality. It is a pretty good model to explain what's going on. So we always do this graph where we have power prices, that's the red line, and then we try and do the costs of a hypothetical gas-fired plant, and that's the black line, and you see they almost match. So yeah, in a way, the model sort of does predict or does show what is happening in the markets. But still, we can break it down into 2 components. The one is the sort of order, dispatch order, and the other one is the uniform pricing rule. In our markets, they sort of coincide, but the question, of course, is, do they have to, or why do we use both together? So why do we have the merit order? Well, in repeated auctions, it is only uniform pricing that will give you the merit order. So the logic, of course, is reverse. Uniform pricing produces the merit order. So, because in the pay-as-bid, we sort of depicted this at the lower figure, obviously rational bidders would change their strategy. I mean, you all know this better than I do, but this is the economics also clearly says, you know, in pay-as-bid, obviously you change your bidding strategy. So, sort of getting rid of uniform pricing will no longer produce the merit order. Or maybe, I mean, if we do it secretly, we don't tell anyone about it, then on the first day, you know, it will work and give us different prices. But obviously on the second day, once you realize that the auction rules have changed, obviously you would adapt bidding behavior. What is also sometimes that, because people give a lot of talks outside energy, and what they always ask me, but you know, why? Why is it marginal costs? Why can't we just say everyone gets what they bid? And you know, why don't we do it that way? And what I realized is that a lot of people, when they ask me why we don't do it differently and just pay people what the bid is, what they actually talk about is the merit order in the way in regulated market. Yeah? So in auctions, it is clear. Uniform pricing is the only thing that gives you the merit order. Obviously, if we were to regulate, obviously we would not use marginal costs as the concept, the underlying concept. You obviously would use something else, yeah, like levelized cost of electricity, or you have the 180 euros or whatever it is. But obviously, then it would be different. But we are not in this world. So in the auction world, it is very clear that we need the uniform pricing rule. And with regard to price regulation, it was mentioned by the previous speaker as well. I mean, that obviously creates a host of other problems because the information requirements are extremely high. And most importantly, as it's been mentioned, in times of scarcity, if we don't have the price signal, then we need to do something else. Yeah, might lead to quantity regulation, some system, as we heard with the gas buying, to distribute energy. So the market design as we have now, you know, was not based on some obviously conspiracy theory, but it was based on the principle of economic efficiency. We wanted to implement a pricing mechanism that yields efficient dispatch at the lowest cost. So can we get rid of it? That's not actually, because the slide is, the picture is confusing, because it could say, can we get rid of natural gas? But what I mean here is, can we get rid of the merit order? Coming from sort of more the economic side, yeah. Economically speaking, markets are failing. We are failing gas markets. Why? Because we are burning gas that is worth 200, 300 euros per megawatt hour. If there ever was a textbook case for market failure, that is one. And the longer the situation lasts, the bigger our issues. We have massive effects on electricity prices. We've seen price increases for all energy sources, for households and companies. And as you see here, CPI is the Austrian inflation, EPI is the energy price inflation index we do at the agency, and that's been 50% and increasing. So energy is a massive contribution to inflation. This leads, you know, the costs in energy, they lead to production, services, everything is getting more expensive. So if we can find a measure that decreases the inflationary pressure from energy sources, then yeah, I think it is called for. Having said that, we know there is scarcity, so we for sure need to preserve scarcity signals. That's the figure as well. So, I mean, and if you look at the longer period, you know, energy in the last 15, 20 years has actually decreased inflation, but now it is a major factor in inflation. A variety of suggestions have been brought forward. They all use different labels, but basically, I just say there are two of them, two categories for electricity. One type of measures that tackle the lower end of the merit order, the other type tackle the upper end of the merit order. Upper end would be Iberian model, lower end would be the Commission or the European model that we're implementing now. Obviously, in all of these measures, there is a trade-off between speed of implementation and efficiency. And as I said, there is no price or profit-related intervention that will tackle the capacity crunch. We did a paper on this, wholesale intervention in electricity markets. It's published on our website, only in German. You don't need to go into the table. We looked at price caps, revenue caps the Commission suggested. We looked at the Iberian model. We looked at the Greek model. We looked at euphemia technology tagging, all sorts of options. And as you can see here, do I have a pointer? Yes. The only thing that in a way is a no regret option is demand reduction. Yeah. And the only thing, we don't want to get into is limit somehow trading or, going back on exchanging energy, especially for a country like Austria, so that we don't. But all the other options, in a way, they are very close together. And be aware, methodologically, this is a sort of qualitative assessment we did. Yeah, so it's not something you can calculate. It is an assessment by experts. So if you get a result in such a qualitative assessment that is 17, 16, 15, 15, basically it means there are no clear winners, there are no super good options. Yeah, that is the unfortunate result of our analysis. Having said that, doing nothing, I think from an economic perspective, is also no longer an option. I think this has been discussed, of course, with regard to interventions for gas prices. Obviously, in electricity, we have issues that are no longer related to the gas price. We tend to do this figure showing, for example, France, the net positions. This goes back to 2015. France always been a net exporter. Now the net position has moved up considerably, and that has an effect on all the neighboring countries. We see, obviously, electricity coming from Germany, from Belgium. They've moved up. Spain, obviously, we have other effects as well. But that has been a big impact, of course, on the European power system. And to show this, we also like to do this graph. This plots the natural gas futures down below. It plots the power futures up there. You have the year ahead is red, the month ahead is green, and you have the trading days. And that's been the relationship we've always had is basically the little dots. That's 2019, 2021, the trading days, more or less a straight line. And then as we move into the present, so the crosses are 2022, our trading days, and the bubbles is the last week, it has moved up. It is no longer a 45-degree line, meaning that electricity prices are increasing faster or not in a typical relation as gas prices are increasing. And we can now, again, add our sort of hypothetical gas-fired power plants with 60%, 50%, 44% efficiency, put in the gas prices, put in CO2 prices. And what we see is that the dots or the crosses and the big bubbles, they're above the 44% line. So in a way, that would tell me that markets are expecting our price-setting power plant this winter or next year might no longer be gas-fired, it will be something else because there is huge scarcity in the market. So on to the big question, should we get rid of it? I can't answer that question yet. Research also, working in a research organization, obviously we want to make analysis, and the speed was also very well shown in the previous presentation. The speed with which decisions are made sometimes don't match what we can actually do in analysis. But let's do it step by step. So in the short term, obviously we cannot get rid of everything that has been built up in the last 10, 15 years. That is just physically, practically, and in all sorts impossible. But as I said, from the economy perspective, from consumer perspective, we need quick and imperfect measures to decrease inflationary pressure, ideally so that we preserve or create incentive to reduce demand. Pay people to use less energy. I don't know. Come up with something smart. And obviously, we need to support those hit by the energy crisis. As I said, the conditions, we need to implement energy-saving measures, and for sure, we need to avoid lock-in. So any measures we do now should have a clear timeline so we don't get into something that we cannot get out because it is going to be imperfect. Anything we do now is not going to be perfect. And the scarcity cannot be regulated away. So we need to be very clear communicating. We've heard the example from France, with the app. We started a big campaign in Austria as well. We need to save energy. In the medium term, I would say we have to be open for discussions concerning market designs. We can always think and discuss how can we make, and we should, how can we make our markets more resilient. If you look back at the last 20 years, obviously we've seen liberalization where big success. We did a study on economic benefits showing we had low prices and the system worked very, very well for a long time. But what the situation has shown us now is that we're lacking maybe a little bit of resilience, and we've had years where we were sort of failing to attract renewable investments, so we put in feed-in tariffs and market premium, sorts of things in place. And now we have extremely high prices, and it creates also a lot of sort of social and economic problems that are also not sustainable. And the crisis has sort of shown us that, as was mentioned, energy is so important. We need it for every product, for every service, that we need to discuss how to safeguard against volatility, how to make our markets more resilient. For sure, whether the pricing or the system somehow changes, I don't know. As I said, I think we need to take a step back and look at it, and questioning things from a research and science perspective is never wrong. But for sure, what we will always need is some dispatch order for plants that makes economic and ecological sense. So we obviously always want to have wind in the water when the wind is blowing, in the system when the wind is blowing. So that needs to be for sure the condition on which to start discussions. And in the medium and long term, the Austrian Energy Agency actually was founded after the oil crisis in the 70s, which is probably when we've last seen a situation like this. And basically back then already, it said the same thing, that's here on the slide now in 2022, namely renewables, efficiency, and now maybe I would also add the need for more flexibility in our systems. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to take some questions.
Thank you. Excellent, Karina. Brilliant. I think what we'll do is we'll save the questions for the panel discussion. But before we do that, we'd like to give you as well a little something. So here's a little present from Exxon Montel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
So we'll take a small little break of 2-3 minutes while we set up the panel here. So bear with us, please. So can I ask? Okay, let's, Karina, if I can ask you to join the panel. So if I can just ask, first of all, a very broad question. Is the market broken, Ryan?
I feel like I was saying before, I feel like I'm on a game show.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for someone else to buzz in first before I do.
We didn't bring the buzzers, so
yeah, I know, right? Would have been great.
Yeah.
The way that we see it, and I see it, is that there's a price signal and it reflects something. So to the extent the market's there to produce a price signal, it's working. I mean, I think the issue is not the market, it's the consequences of what the price signal is doing, right, to businesses, to everyone else, and that's where the real tension lies.
But would you agree with Karina, who said that something needs to be done, some action needs to be taken?
So I think that's where, for sure, the system that we have in terms of power pricing, the model for marginal pricing, is something that it was built. It's not a model that's exclusive to the power market, right? It's a commodity model, and it's something that if you ran it with a system full of thermal assets for 50 years, of course, when you put in a bunch of flex assets, renewables with totally different profiles, they're going to behave differently in that market. So there's certainly reasons to look at it, and I think that's reflected in all the discussions happening now. But I certainly don't think it's going to be a silver bullet, right? Because it's not going to, at the end of the day, you have to price these goods, and you need to have some way of reflecting their contribution to system security and what they can provide.
Absolutely. So, I mean, the issue really is not that the market is broken, surely, Karina, but it's more that we're in a warlike situation. There's scarcity of the resources, so that any kind of intervention has to possibly reflect that, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, so the market in a way does what it was built to do, and it is showing us scarcity. Yeah, so in a way that signal is working, and marginal cost pricing, or the last supplier sets the price in a way that is common to any market. I mean, if you produce something, you go to the market, you're not gonna put it up for your own marginal cost. You know, if I make bread for 20 cents, you know, I'm not gonna sell it for 20 cents because then somebody will come and buy all of it and sell it to someone else for €3. So that's kind of how markets work. But as you said, we are just in a very warlike situation, and that's usually when economies change, and for a reason in a way, because if we talk about the end consumer and you think about our industry as well, and you think about the tripling or quadrupling of energy prices, you know, that has an effect that is you can't just negate it, it is there, and we need to somehow address it without creating even more inflation by throwing money into the economy.
Absolutely. Riham, if I can ask you that, usually the carbon market is often the focus of, you know, there's been talk about speculation, limiting a role of price rises throughout, but now other markets, the gas and power markets, have sort of overshadowed things that are happening in carbon. But could you sort of tell us a little bit about what we talked briefly about the bearish policy impacts into current prices. Could you talk us a little bit more about the measures that are on the table, and how likely are they to see the light of day? Because there's still quite a long process, isn't there, in terms of carbon market reform?
Yeah, I agree. So just on the point of all the talk about the carbon market, talks about speculators triggering the Article 29A, and then recently there was this talk about suspending the whole EU ETS. And I think the European Commission was very firm on that, like this is not going to be suspended. And I think this comes back to your question about whether the system is working or not, and I think the Commission is very clear on that. Well, it's working, it's decreasing emissions and sending this price signal for industrials or for whoever is covered by this system to reduce their emissions. Coming back to your question regarding like what's there on the table, I think there's a lot of policies for the EDS are out there, especially in connection to the Repower EU. And the Repower EU at first, like the first and initial proposal came from the European Commission back in May, so before the summer. And one of the proposals was that to tap the EU ETS MSR reserve, the Market Stability Reserve, and to tap this reserve in order to raise 20 billion euros. And here, the mechanism that was identified by the European Commission, it was identified based on the revenues and not volume-based mechanism. And of course, the summer happened, and then politicians came back to Brussels, and now we have two other proposals that are coming from the European Parliament and from the European Council, or at least the ECOFIN for now. So the ECOFIN and the Parliament, they are moving away from this release of allowances from the MSR, because again, this would affect the supply side of the market, so it would bring a lot of allowances to the supply, and this is instantly a bearish signal for the price, and I think you could see this reaction once the Repower EU was announced. So you could see an instant reaction on the market to the downside because of this risk, the supply risk, that it would flood the market with allowances, and therefore it would weaken the price signal of EUAs. So now the Council is looking at front-loading of allowances, partially from the Innovation Fund, so 75% coming from the Innovation Fund and 25% coming from the cap itself. So this is front-loading of allowances, and this is what was detailed by the ECOFIN 2 weeks ago, I guess. And the Parliament, so the MV committee, had the interim vote, and the interim vote was solely for the front-loading of allowances from the cap of member states. And for that, we see that there is more and more moving away from the release of allowances from the MSR, and therefore the most bearish scenario is off the table, sort of. However, the front-loading of allowances is also having this bearish impact on the markets. And I think one interesting thing that has been said today by Peter Liese, he said that, yes, this would have a bearish impact on the price. We don't want to see the price falling below 50 euros, and we don't see the price going to 100 euros either. And we think that the front loading of allowances would cause this sort of stability, so like pressuring the price down a little bit, but also at the same time not making it crash to below 50 euros. So I think this is where things are standing right now, and this is the state of play within the European institutions. And this indeed has a bearish impact, at least on the short term, but then after 2026, this would have a bullish impact because it would be sort of combined with all the Fit for 55 amendments that would happen to the system and like get implemented under the ETS. But for now, it has a bearish impact for sure.
Yeah, so we're probably likely to stay the 60 to 80 range potentially. Yeah. They'll keep Peter Lisi happy.
Yeah, exactly.
Any questions from the floor? Yes, so first one here, Giorgio, and then over there.
Hi, Gregorio from APG again. I have a question, maybe still staying with the topics of market reforms that are being discussed these days. Of course, I think today we focused mostly on the current price cap on revenues, and you had very interesting presentation. What I would like to ask, maybe switching the focus a little bit now on the longer term perspective, especially from a TSO point of view, something that is really affecting, in our view, the security of supply for the next 5 to 10 years. It's the current discussion of the price cap on the day ahead. Acer urged also the NEMOs and market players to maybe review the current automatic price cap increase. We know the issues. And the question that I have is, well, assuming that the current measures that you showed today, for instance, this price cap of revenues or others, will be in place for maybe more than just a few months, how can the market players receive the right market incentives that were maybe delivered by the high price cap on the day ahead, so 3,000 euros, 4,000 euros or more? If these revenues will be capped, where are the incentives to maybe make new capacity available, especially for peaking units in the future?
Excellent, Gregorio. Was your question directed at anyone in particular?
I would say from the presentation, maybe mostly to Alexander and maybe also Karina.
Would you like to take it first, or shall I?
I mean, for the peaking units, the 180 euros, they don't apply to the peaking units. So I think that shouldn't have sort of an impact. But I mean, for sure, I agree that we need to think about, I mean, we're always a little bit in crisis modus, and it's difficult to make capacity to think, you know, where do you want to be in 5 or 10 years? But I do think we need to think about it because our power system will also change, and we need to reflect that somehow in our market design maybe. Yeah? So I think, and we know what kind of lead times we have to change anything on a European system. So if we think now, you know, then we're going to have it 2030, yeah. And 2030, at least in Austria, like electricity system will look very different, yeah. And then, you know, questions might be asked if you don't change anything. It'll be like, oh, you have all renewables, but it is that last power plant, you know, that you still need, and that's why you all have to pay these prices. So I think these kind of questions, you know, I know they're uncomfortable and in this room maybe not popular, but they will come up, and I think we need to prepare ourselves for it and think, okay, where do we want to be in 2030 plus? And to do that, we need to start thinking now, because that's the kind of lead times we have to make sort of bigger changes or bigger redesign efforts maybe, yeah.
Just add to that to say, so indeed, the way it's designed, the cap is designed is to not apply to peakers, to gas-fired plants. But I think if I understood your question was, well, how do you preserve incentives to actually either keep capacity in the market or build new capacity? So I think then, you know, it's a different toolkit, right? That's why that's where the capacity mechanism might come in for different markets, you know. And so and to the extent that, you know, so long as this cap stays the way it is, it still applies to just, you know, renewables, etc. Then, from my perspective, the incentive to get firming capacity into the grid, those incentives don't change. And if the incentives are not enough based on long-term market forecasts like we do, and that's the case in many markets, that's when you need a capacity mechanism of some sort to get them in. At least one of the options, right?
Yeah, it is.
Great. There was a question over here as well.
Ksenia Pavlovska from AIT, Austrian Institute of Technology. I was happy to hear the previous question and your answers, because it plays exactly into my hands. Because I wanted to ask Karina and Ryan specifically about your personal opinion, if possible, on the potential introduction of capacity mechanisms or capacity markets, or what other alternatives could there be that probably would be less distortive, maybe, in the long term, in order to really guarantee the system's resilience in the medium and long term? Thanks.
Yeah, well, I was actually, that was what I was thinking the other day, actually, to myself, because those have maybe heard me talk 5 years ago or somewhere, when we had the discussion on capacity markets, and I was more on the side, well, energy-only markets, of course they can work, but the other day I was thinking to myself, like, well, maybe I was, wrong. But I think that is one of the options, yeah, we can look at, but to me, it's really, I'm open-minded about it. I think now, crisis is always a good point to sort of a little bit go back to the drawing board and say, what is the good thing about the system we have now? It produces the order, the right power plants are always called for. And then think about, okay, but yeah, where do we want to be? And you already said it also. I mean, yeah, of course, that is an option we might have to think about.
I would add to that, yeah, I think the typical criticism of capacity markets is that they're sort of somewhat inefficient. I mean, if you have an energy-only market, then then why do you pay someone to sit there and not do anything? But I think then the way that my personal view is that, I mean, capacity markets, they serve a purpose. I hear that criticism a lot that I just mentioned, but at the end of the day, you do need that marginal last unit of power on the system. There's a reason that over the past 5 to 10 years, every member state after member state, like the European or the UK, has been implementing a capacity mechanism. I'm Australian. They hated capacity markets for a very long time, and now at the federal level of the states, they're talking about introducing a capacity market. And I think the devil's in the detail, because I think you can design one that works. You can also design one that's not very good or has perverse outcomes. The Polish government's capacity mechanism keeps a bunch of the thermal coal fleet in the grid, probably beyond the time when you might want it to be there. But that's the way it was designed. You can also have a capacity mechanism that incentivizes other kinds of capacity, which might have a caveat that you are transitioning to gas with CCS or green hydrogen which is a whole separate conversation, but at least you can design it in a way that gets technologies into the grid that are technically and to some degree economically feasible to operate. So, yeah.
If I turn to Uriam and back to the carbon market, the role of speculators has always been, there's been there and lurking in the background, certainly in some member states. Have there been any moves to sort of impose position limits or to sort of restrict the role of the so-called speculators?
Well, the last thing that surfaced was this proposal coming from the Parliament, from the MV Committee, that they would like to see some limits on the access of speculators or financial entities to the carbon markets. However, again, because of the pause in the summer and then the trialogue just resumed, we haven't heard much about that, so the proposal itself hasn't progressed as much. And for now, interestingly enough, we can see that from the data at least available on ICE and EEX, we see that the speculators are sort of offloading their positions because of the uncertainty on the market right now. So they are staying on the on the sidelines of the market, and it's quite an interesting development for the market participants, because now you don't hear a lot of talks about speculators. You hear a lot of talks about other things. So it's just taking the back seat, and now other things are just taking the front seat on the carbon market.
Absolutely. I remember the discussion around backloading that went on for many years. Now we have front loading.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
That's quite an interesting new development.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Any other questions from the floor? if I can turn to you, Ryan, and you mentioned how PPAs could be affected by this inframarginal cap. I mean, what's the outlook here? I mean, what do you expect then the PPA sector to sort of cool off for a couple of years? Or, I mean, you know, surely with these prices, it makes a lot of sense to sign a long-term deal to secure both certainly on the development side.
Can I turn the question around?
Yeah.
Is anyone in the audience at the moment negotiating a PPA or trying to and wants to tell us what they think? No takers. Okay. So what we can see is that I was curious because it's always nice to get some feedback from on the ground. But what we observe is that the tenors are reducing. You might still want to hedge yourself for a shorter tenor PPA. What you don't want to do is lock yourself in for a 7-10-year PPA with cash flows that look crazy for the first couple of years and then settle down. Maybe you can just limit yourself to, from an off-taker's perspective, hedging short-term price exposure. From the generator's perspective, then do you find many generators who want to enter into a short tenor PPA? Probably not, because at the moment things look pretty good for you. But having said that, with the fact that the revenue cap is now in place, then all of a sudden, as a generator, you're capped to 180, so you pretty much now don't have any, you don't realize any benefits beyond that. Maybe that's actually, which is sort of somewhat ironic, is going to incentivize generators to enter into some shorter-term PPAs for a couple of years. So, the dynamics are moving so fast, and that's why it's a bit hard to untangle how the incentives are changing, but that's one plausible scenario. But certainly longer tenor PPAs seem to be a bit challenging, but it's also very market-specific.
That's my follow-up question, where we've seen a lot of deals in the Nordics over the sort of past couple of weeks, but where is this activity cooling off?
So I would also add to that in the Iberian market, things have looked relatively good, which is actually, given that Iberia has typically been responsible for a lot of renewables, forwards, PPAs, that is somewhat promising. But in other markets, which actually don't have specific examples that come to mind, but through a couple of different clients and interactions, some of the other continental markets are the ones where we see activity actively slowing down. There are delays, people holding off closing PPAs just because they are not sure what's going to happen next. And I think it's the uncertainty more than anything else which is doing that. Because indeed, why would you strike a deal when you know you might end up 2 weeks later regretting it?
Karina, there was a lot of talk about, in recent weeks, certainly after the summer, maybe even before, about decoupling gas from power. I mean, how possible or feasible is this?
Yeah, that's true. We've heard it a lot. I think, especially in Austria, in the media, we need to decouple. Yeah, and I suppose in summer maybe that was still sort of an option or something you could think about it theoretically. But that's why I showed my slide with the gas and the electricity prices. Now, if you would do that, the effect there might be none, because it is no longer just the gas prices that drive the electricity price. So I think also here, everything is moving so fast that we're a little bit always one step behind. We think about this one problem, you need to decouple, do something, and then, oh no, but it's decoupling, it's just the wrong direction. So I think the discussion for sure is going to move on from this now, because I think that's starting to sink in that this is electricity specific issues we're dealing here with, and not just natural gas issues.
Absolutely. I mean, all your presentations were so good that basically they answered all my questions. But I'd like to sort of round off really by asking you, if you had one wish for the policymakers, what would that be? If I can start with you, Ryan.
I mean, yeah, I would say don't touch the market. I'm in a bit personally, I'm in a bit of the camp of those who put their hands up for option 1 on the slide that I presented, which is some sort of direct support to consumers, which has all kinds of terrible fiscal issues attached to it. And you've seen what happens in the UK when you read the market wrong and spend a lot of money when they weren't expecting it. So, I mean, that is, and I'm certainly, I don't wish I was in the position of a decision maker having to make that call, but certainly, I see I see the longer term perspective as important, and we have to preserve incentives to get renewables and batteries into the market. And if we mess with that now at a critical point when actually they're the things that get us out of this crisis, then we're actually going to shoot ourselves in the foot, and that would be a shame.
Riham?
On my side, it would be finalizing the discussions about the carbon market faster, because now it's envisioned that it would happen hopefully by the end of the year. But again, it's just a hope that it would happen before the end of the year, and like just to provide a little bit of certainty for those market participants about like where's the direction of the market, like what are we going to see, what are the reforms, how the reforms would play, and then like what would be the interactions of all the reforms on the carbon market right now. So I'd wish to see this faster than it is plotted or planned right now, just to have more certainty.
And get speeding up that process.
Yeah.
Exactly. That may be a tough call in Brussels. But
I know, always.
Always. But Karina, and if we can finish off with you.
I mean, difficult because we sort of have to navigate this very fine, thin line of sort of acknowledging the scarcity in energy and still dealing with the wider economy of stagflation threatening us. And I mean, this is really economically quite a scary period that we live in. If I had one wish, I suppose, is to give us a little bit more room and time to think, because we are always, moving behind. These are complicated issues we're talking here. We don't have the answers, in our case, in a way. And please let us not forget in this crisis mode about the medium term. As I said, things take time, and we need to think about things now if we want to be in a different place in 2030. So that is my wish.
Absolutely. So there's speeding up, but yet more time as well to think about things here. Perfect. Ryan, Riham, and Karina, thank you very much for an excellent discussion. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. It wasn't so much.
I'd like to close today's event just by summarizing what I feel. We talked about some of the challenges. We've seen people talk about the gas supply issues, which will last probably into 2024, and that the next winter could be much worse than the one that's coming. We've heard about potential blackouts, the demand destruction. So there's been a bit of gloom, but there have also been some bright spots, and these are the ones I'd like to finish on. We've heard this morning that Austria, is accelerating, or at least sticking very firmly to its 2030 targets for renewables. We've seen, batteries and a brief glimpse into what kind of role renewables can play in getting us out of this energy crisis. So I'd like to finish on that note. I'd like to thank EXA. I'd like to thank all the wonderful people who arranged this at EXA, and also some great work by all my colleagues at Montel for organizing this, so especially Madia and Jochen and the technical assistants here, which has been superb, as well as the rest of the technicians. So thank you all very much. And not forgetting the journalists here who've been putting out stories all day. So well done to you two, Isaac and Christian. So just to finish, if I can show the map, we'll be leaving from here. I think some people were leaving from here at 5:15. That should give us a little bit of time for a little bit of refreshment, or if you want to, after the conference. But it's not very far. I don't think you're likely to get lost. It's K47. So if you would like to be accompanied, there's plenty of people from both EXA and from Montel who can accompany you to the place. It's K47, not far from here at all. So thank you all, and enjoy the refreshments at the end of the conference. Thank you.